Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and a very good afternoon. I hope everybody's had the lunch. Yes, no? Okay, so if you've had your lunch, I'm sure there's lots of energy within you. So, ek bar, just give your own selves a big round of applause. Let me know that you've had your lunch. I can see only the first rows had the lunch. Piche wale have not at all had the lunch. Now mine, I'm sure the energy will come back. Okay, so there are many reasons for us to be happy that we are here today. First, that we get to see all your lovely faces after such a long pause. It's a blessing come true. And the second, that this is BW Business World's special community. BW Wellbeing World marks an important milestone today. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to the first on-ground edition of BW Wellbeing World Conference. Yeah, guys, everybody? Yeah. Okay, now, a few more have joined in. Lovely. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's a pleasure to be a host for this digital conference. That means we are being joined not only by you lovely people here, but also by our audience from across the world who are tuning into the digital broadcast of the forum across PW Business World platforms, including our own social media channels. Now, well-being in the digital era, as the name suggests, among other things, this initiative of PW Wellbeing World celebrates a culture of holistic well-being, and we are calling it the Festival of Wellbeing. With a view to spread awareness of holistic well-being, this conference aims to reassure the people after the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. BW Wellbeing World is an offshoot of BW Business World, a 4-decade-old publication that is India's largest and most respected business magazine. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network spanning across 17 niche businesses communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. BW Wellbeing World is your one-stop versatile platform for knowing about what is relevant in the industry of well-being. It spotlights on key well-being issues with focus on mind, body, soul, personal space, and work life, ranging from webinars to listicle to interviews to columns to video interviews, and adding the layer of reviews, comparison charts, and trend analysis. BW Wellbeing's Festival of Wellbeing will focus on well-being in the digital era. In a post-pandemic world, immune health through digital means will be all important. This approach to immune health will focus on mental health, your physical health, and emotional health consumption, of which will be mostly digital, leading real-life consumption of immunity-boosting supplements, food, and therapies. No one better to tell you about this than our chairman and editor-in-chief, Dr. Anurag Batra. The conference will also be followed by BW Wellbeing 40 Under 40 Awards. BW Wellbeing 40 Under 40 Awards aim to celebrate the best 40 practitioners, revolutionizing the space of well-being, focusing on mind, body, soul, personal space, and work-life balance. Housekeeping rules, and believe me, I'm very happy to see this after such a long time. Everybody, please keep your phone on the silent mode. I'm so happy. I am no more saying that please mute your mics. So thank you so much for being here. It's actually a blessing. I would also request everyone to join the online conversations by using join in the conversations. I'm sorry, I've repeated that. In the conversations using hashtag BWWellbeing. You can also watch us live on www.bwwellbeingworld.com and fb.com/bwbusinessworld. Deepest gratitude to our partners, powered by Daba Honey, happiness partner, Happy Plus, hygiene partner, Sirona, wellness partners, Vana Nad Viveda, the Wellness Village, gifting partners, Blossom Culture, Aroma Magic, supporting partners, Happiness.me, Happy Ho, Satwa Nation, ICCI, religionworld.in. Media partners, NewsX, The Sunday Guardian, Success, Yeti, IWM Buzz. So now, before we move forward with the next session, ladies and gentlemen, again, a very warm welcome. I would request once again for all of you to give your own selves a big round of applause for being here and for smiling and keeping happy. Come on, guys, this is for you. Lovely. With that, let's welcome our next guest for our In Conversation session. There's lots of papers, I'm sorry. On awakening and strengthening our inner net connection. And ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome Miss Daniela Radonich Bhandari, Integrative Wellbeing Counselor and Founder, Dana Veda. And joining him is Mr. Rohil Amin, Executive Editor, BW Oppose and Everything Experiential. Yes, please. She's coming virtually. Lovely. Please.
Thank you so much. So it's a truly digital session. I was so enjoying being on that side, such great content, but now I'm on here. And thank you, Ms. Bhandari. Kavi was telling me that I can call you Dana, so I'm taking that liberty to call you Dana.
Oh, yes, I would love for you to call me Dana. Thank you.
Thank you. So the topic today is awakening and strengthening our inner net connection. We have exactly 12 minutes to have this conversation. I want to delve straight away into my first question. Tell me, what does the meaning and functioning of what you call the inner net connection mean for our people who are present here? How do you describe that awakening of that inner net?
Well, I would, before I begin, I would just have a small request. If just for a second, since everyone is back from their lunch and kind of, settling into the afternoon session, I would just like to request our audience, both at the Imperial Hotel, as well as those who are joining us online, to just take a moment and briefly kind of, settle in, placing left palm onto your stomach, onto your abdomen, and just taking a gentle breath in, allowing your stomach to expand, and then placing your right palm onto your heart. And again, another deep breath in and out, connecting to our inner self, as well as expanding and collecting to the whole, to the entire audience, which is at the hotel and online. So in this oneness, I would like to begin today's session and say that, as we know, in today's world, so much of our attention is always invested outward, right? Internet is a crucial component of our existence. And if it wasn't for internet, I wouldn't have even been able to be present with you, right? So it's fantastic to acknowledge its importance. So, however, balancing that strong, almost intimate connection that we have with the outside world, it is truly essential to establish a stronger, or at least equal connection with our inner world, our inner self. So what I call the inner net connection is actually our deepest connection with ourselves. So it's a subtle network which allows the most profound communication between all different aspects of our existence. And
okay, please go on. Yes.
Yeah, that's understood. So accessing that subtle network is the capability which each one of us has. However, there is no simple user manual provided for the same. So it's up to us to embark onto this bi-individual journey of tapping into and connecting in this powerful network. So I would say that there are so many different ways which are available for us to do that. So beginning from, yoga, pranayama, meditation. For me, clinical hypnotherapy played a huge role. There is mindfulness and so on. But there are several techniques which I would perhaps like to share with our audience today. And since the time is really less, I will certainly try my best to be really brief.
Right.
Right.
So there's another thing, though the internet is not working inside, but the inner net we want to awaken and make it more functional. So after making it functional, how do we sustain it and make it, work continuously? Is there a way, is there a technique to after awakening it, making it, ensuring that it stays that way for a longer period?
Yes. So as you said, there are different ways of connecting, and I certainly love breath as a way to connect. There are many other techniques, connecting through your eyes, through your heart, being in nature, attending to your emotions. So when we attend to all these different layers of our being, we go from our physical body to attending to emotional, mental, spiritual. So just like connecting with ourselves is
There's awakening of some sounds around, so
yeah.
How are you, firstly?
Can we mute the background noise, please? Yes.
Yeah, I guess
that's
somebody
part
has to
of
be
being
muted.
virtual. I think we have all got used to it now. Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, so just as in any technological context, there cannot be any transmitter or conductor that can carry something whilst being blocked or broken, right? Even being weak. So there will be different tools associated with maintaining different layers of our existence in order for them to function as a whole. So in the same way, our internal network is deeply connected to and affected by different stimuli from the outside and our response to them. So from the fundamental nutritional aspect, which includes nutrient-dense, anti-inflammatory diet, to an adequate and rejuvenating sleep, regular, I would say, daily body movement, so that energy supply is continuous, emotional and mental health, including regularly checking in with ourselves on kinds of emotions and thoughts in which our existence is, marinated throughout the day, to, of course, spiritual practices. So meditation, mindfulness, chanting, journaling, being in nature, quieting our mind in just about any possible way which resonates with you. So if there is actually only one line that I would like our audience to go back home today, it would be perhaps every day before you go on the internet, make sure you visit your inner net as well, because there's so much valuable information there.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. In your well-being approach, the integrated well-being approach, hypnotherapy is also a centerpiece. I was reading, and hypnotherapy, by its traditional definition, has been an occult kind of. It has those meanings attached to it, but you're trying to mainstream it and bring it out of that reputation. Is this a struggle still? Are people accepting it as a therapy that is now mainstream?
Yes, there's more and more awareness and differentiation between hypnosis, especially stage hypnosis, which is performed for the sake of entertainment, and clinical hypnotherapy, which indicates that those who conduct the sessions are trained therapists who are not going to only access your subconscious mind, but who are going to guide you through the process in their qualified way. And since you mentioned hypnotherapy in the context of inner net, I would like to say that the most profound experiences I had were actually through hypnotherapy, and it was in hypnotherapy that I got certain guidance when I was at the worst stage of my life. I had acute rheumatoid arthritis. And it was myself who actually conveyed the message at that time that I was not really aligned with the purpose of my life. I was not supporting life, supporting my mission. So my body decided to stop supporting me. And our joints are actually, the support system of our body. So it was my joints which kind of packed up and decided to kind of give me this alarming message, get back on the track. So when I talk about internet, this is what I refer to, listening, deeply listening, and being guided.
Right.
Yes.
Right. I wish I could have, gone on with my next set of questions, but we are short on time. Thank you so much for joining us. I will hand over the mic to Aditya. Great to have this conversation with you. Hopefully a detailed one next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes. Lovely. Thank you so much, sir. And ma'am, so true goes the saying कि yoga से सब कुछ तो नहीं लेकिन बहुत कुछ तो हो जाएगा. And I guess each session will prove that. Moving on with the next in conversation session on pandemic learning 101, that fitness isn't a luxury. It's an absolute necessity. And joining us for that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Ms. Nawaz Modi Singhania, India's leading fitness and wellness icon and founder of Body Art Fitness Centers. A very creative person since childhood, this talented artist also considers beauty, perfection, women's plight, and human anatomy as her sources of inspiration. And joining her once again, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Rohail Amin, Executive Editor, BW Oppose, and Everything Experiential. The gentleman's busy on the phone. All yours, sir.
Great. That's my second back-to-back. And she's joining. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Singhania. Sorry we're late today. We had some very interesting sessions earlier in the day. And, it just went on, and everybody wanted to ask more questions. But nevertheless, we are here. I want to start with quickly. Our topic today is Pandemic Learnings 101. Fitness isn't a luxury. It's an absolute necessity. I think all of us agree, because that's why we are here today. To you, my first question, ma'am, tell me, in your professional opinion, prior to the pandemic, what percentage of the population would you say engaged in formal exercise? And now, do you think there's more awareness than ever?
Well, thank you for having me. And this has been a fantastic day. Yes, I've been enjoying it off the side. What a leading question that is. So I have to say that when I first started, it was a very uphill task. You had to develop a market which was not there, which did not believe in exercise. It was all about, if I look slim, if I look good, that's it. I don't need to exercise. I don't need to do anything more. However, very sharply, the pandemic has taught everyone that exercise is not a luxury anymore. It is an absolute bare necessity. Your life very much depends upon it. If for the very first time, people have now had a very deep understanding that fitness is going to be critical to their life. It is, what we do is essentially about cardiorespiratory fitness. So it is about the cardiac system. It is about the respiratory system. It is about immunity and not gaining weight and not having, therefore, any added on comorbidities which are going to do you in. So it has been a sea change, I have to say. And there have been a lot of changes necessarily because you're stay at home, you're in lockdown. So typically it's at home, stay at home fitness. And we've essentially gone online for all of that as well. Very bespoke one-on-one fitness and even our group classes, etc., live. And it's substituted. Everything is substituted. So whatever you have in the house becomes a piece of equipment. You don't have an exercise band of any sorts. You'll use a dupatta or a shawl tied into a knot. You don't have dumbbells or kettlebells. You will use bottles of water. You use your own body weight. For calisthenics, calonetics, it's anti-aging work, it's mat Pilates, it's yoga. Every single piece of furniture you have in your house, whether it's a desk, a chair, a sofa, a bed, anything, actually subs in as a piece of gym equipment. So one gets on with it.
Right. I think during this pandemic, people tried, they actually brought this to the fore that, it's not about a swanky gym, it's about intent, end of the day. You can do your fitness wherever you are, but how do you build that strong intent? Now we are in a phase, we are doubly vaccinated and we're getting back to that same kind of life. How can people sustain that inspiration, that kind of tempo they had during the pandemic? What are the best things, according to you, that they should follow to ensure it?
I think many of us have lost so many people during the pandemic, directly and indirectly, and that is the biggest motivation. The reality of the situation is the biggest motivation. And while I totally agree, gyms are not necessary in that pure sense at all, it is very boring having to put one foot after the other endlessly, mindlessly. How long are you going to do it if you're heading out there for a walk? So you do need other ways of managing things, and you do need to give yourself a break in terms of cross-training to see that regular result that you constantly want as well. The biggest motivator, according to me, is at what level do you want to live your life? What is the level of self-respect you have just for yourself? And it's really about self-esteem, isn't it? You want to live your life at a very high standard. You want to live it kind of being dragged all over the place. It's a very simple choice we all have to make. And hey, every single situation and event ends up being a small motivator, which is really important. For example, if I'm addressing you today, I better look the part. It could have been my motivator of the last 2 days to get myself in order, get my workout. And every small, way I had that passion is a huge motivator, not just the bigger things in life.
Right. So, in your terminology, bespoke fitness is, very important. Why can't, if I ask you this question, why can't one size fit all approach work?
Right. Really important question. So every single human being, we are 7 billion people on this planet. We all look different. We all think different. We all are different. And that difference has got to be celebrated, has got to be acknowledged, or we are forever going to be running up into one another. We are different in terms of our health, our age, our fitness levels, our likes, our dislikes even. And that's really important, because if I hate what I'm doing, I'm never going to do it on a consistent basis. Our own goals and our own quirks. We all know our own body type better than anybody else. So it really has to be very, very bespoke, what you're going through, even day by day. Today, I may show up for my exercise session. I'm in a bad mood. I've got a migraine, whatever it might be. A lot of things need to be taken into account for. I may be short of time, genuinely, however much I try. In that case, smarter fitness is much more applicable. I do need to get into more total body conditioning sort of exercises, more compound sort of exercises for that time. There may be so a variety of things have to be counted in to give a person precisely what they need. And fitness is also about rehab. It is, according to me, hugely about rehab. It is no good being fit if your health is, if you're kind of broken on the inside on a variety of levels. So that's very narrow in terms of a view. Mental, emotional, psychological, physical fitness, it all goes together. I cannot separate your physicality from every other aspect of your fitness. So that's why bespoke fitness, according to me, is so critically important.
Two last questions, quick questions. We are perennially living in a world where we jump from one app to another. We are so distracted. One is, how do you establish a routine in this kind of a setup that we have?
Okay, that's a great question. One, we all do tend to shut down our phones from time to time, saying this is just me time, like when I'm sleeping, for example, or I'm taking a massage, for example. And if not, if for any reason you don't want to or can't do that, hey, make it part of your routine. So I may be on my app watching, listening to a podcast, or watching a YouTube documentary, or watching a Netflix movie. Great.
Right. Final question, what keeps you inspired? You never have a day. I mean, you follow it so strictly, but how do you maintain that motivation all through? What is the secret to that?
Well, my secret has been that I started off life I was born nearly still dead. I had the umbilical tube of my mother's, of course, around my throat very many times. I was not breathing. I was puny, I was tiny, I was petite, I was weak. And that many of the greats actually have started off that way and introduced some fabulous techniques to the world because of their own disabilities or weaknesses, like Pilates, like gyrotonics, for instance. And that is a great motivator to remind you that, hey, don't take anything for granted. You want to live a human life out here in a certain degree of wellness and a certain quality. It requires a certain maintenance.
Okay, though I've been told to get off stage, I take liberty. If anyone has one question, let's go. Okay, I think they are enjoying this conversation. Thank you so much, Ms. Singhania, for your time. Lovely talking to you. Great to have you virtually with us. I wish you could be here, but hopefully next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a little change that we have, but that doesn't matter. We'll keep the momentum going. So I guess the sessions left us with a question that what's really the level on which we wish to lead our lives? I'm trying to find my answers. I'm sure all of you also are. And with that, let's move towards our next session. Journey of an Introvert by Mr. Samir Soni, an author, an actor, and filmmaker, in conversation with Mr. Deep Bajaj, co-founder, Sedona Hygiene, Peabody. Hi, Mr. Bajaj is here. Everybody? Yes, what time you're getting there. So.
Thank you so much. Hi, Samir. How are you doing?
Very well, Mr. Bial. Thanks for having me.
You can call me Deep.
Hi,
so
Deep.
An actor, a filmmaker, and you don't so many hats. How did a book come about? What was the inspiration?
Well, actually, the book, like it titles, My Experiments with Silence, a diary of an introvert. So I used to maintain a diary whenever I was troubled and stuff, because I figured that whenever you're going through some kind of stresses, friends, family can only help you so far, right? Because the typical answer would be, hey, get over it. Hey, you're thinking too much, especially if you're an introvert. Hey, let's just go out and party. And I'm not the kind who would brush things aside. I want to get to the bottom of it. So I chose that for a couple of years, I would stick just right. My outcome, my communication would be restricted to just writing, whatever I thought, whatever I felt, I just wrote. And I was going through some trying time personally and professionally, and that came out the diary. And now after pandemic, I was approached to write memoirs, and I said, look, I don't want to really write memoirs, but I have something that I've written which has, I think, a lot of value. A and B is relevant in today's day and time. And most of the books that I saw out there in terms of dealing with anxiety and depression, because that's what we saw all around during pandemic, it's always kind of like the end result, which is to say that 7 ways of doing this and 8 ways of doing that, all right? And I really wish it was really that simple. I mean, I wish I could just snap in my fingers and get the 7 ways and reach the end. And there was no one really talking about the process of trying to get that. And that's what my book really talks about, my journey in a lifetime and not in hindsight. This was written while I was going through the process. So, which makes it very honest and raw. I mean, so which hopefully people can relate to that, because in hindsight, things kind of get glossed over. And I didn't want to give any gyan or knowledge to people. I just wanted to share what I experienced. And I thought maybe a lot of people, especially introversion, because I think we live in an extroverted world where introverts feel left out and are trying really hard to become part of it or think there's something wrong with it. So that's was the kind of questions I raised in that book. And then also one big question, which I think is that what is success? Because I've chased it all my life, right? Very often when you say success, you have these 5-6 variables in which you'll say, okay, you should be financially well off, or in social media, have a good car, a good home, good vacation, blah, blah, blah. That's what's being sold right now. Okay, and so my question is, who defined that? Who says that is success? Number one. And how does that automatically lead to happiness? What about happiness, right? So that's the other question I'm raising. And today, I've been listening to a lot of people, and we're trying to figure out how to be, happy or being, well-being. But my biggest question is, what does it really mean? Before we pursue something, we need to know what it really means to be happy, right? We have a very generalized look at happiness. We have these 5, 6 variables: good friends, good family, a healthy life, and healthy this and healthy that, and you're happy. But who defines that? That is like balancing about 5, 6 saucers, like a juggler. He's balancing these 6, 7 saucers and saying, okay, my health should be good, my family should be good, my friends should be good, my this should be good. And that cannot be easy. So that cannot, to me personally, be an answer.
Sure.
To me, the way I see it is, happiness is totally subjective. You have to find out what is it that makes you happy. So like in the book, I kind of say that, are you sure that the dream you're dreaming is really your dream? Or is it the dream that you were sold as a child? Growing up, what was mattered because of our elder generation, what they went through. They'll say, oh, come first, get good education, get a good job, get this, because they thought that was what was necessary, right? And
Sure.
we are conditioned by that.
Sure.
So maybe me going to climbing Mount Everest isn't my dream, and I'm just doing it because the society says so. So these are the kind of questions I've kind of raised.
No, brilliant. Yeah, no, congratulations once again. And bravo, that you really put your thoughts together. But, that brings me to my question on, when you say you're an introvert, I think the whole premise is that we are not able to share our feelings with the world, right? And that gets us to a stage where we are fighting all these questions within.
Right.
Now, to be able to put it down on paper and be able to share it with the world, how difficult was that decision? Because, now you're out in the open, sharing your story with the world. So right. How difficult was that? And how did you go about that process to say, it's about time that I'll share this out?
Firstly, as far as introverts are concerned, I think a standard definition would be that an introvert would probably get charged by being on his own. That doesn't mean that he doesn't like to go out. It's just that going out would be something that will drain him, which I'm sure a lot of people can relate to. You go to a social function and you come back home and say, God, I'm tired. Right? That's a classic introvert. Yeah. Whereas on the other side, an extrovert would be who would go to a function or a party and get all charged up and raring to go when he gets back home. That's the classic difference.
Wow.
But we live in a very extroverted world. For example, if I was to take you 70 years back or 80 years back, our role models would be Mahatma Gandhi, Rabindranath Tagore, or Subhash Chandra Bose, or for example, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela. But right now, if we talk about, what do we really talk about? We discuss Steve Jobs.
True.
So somehow our idols have changed. Our value system to what is defined, quote unquote, success has changed.
Very true.
And as far as for me, it took me a while to really realize I was an introvert. I just thought I was, hey, I'm just shy. I'm just reserved. But it took me a while and a lot of bumps and bruises for me to realize, hey, man, I am different.
True.
I mean, and I'm not going to keep pushing myself against a brick wall, trying to be something that I'm really not. I can adapt to it to a certain degree, but there comes a point that there's so many of us, there's so many introverts in this world who are struggling on a daily basis. And where does the anxiety come from? The anxieties come from because you're trying to be something you're not. You're trying to achieve something which you really don't believe in.
True.
Right? So although this, as far as my difficulty was concerned, I wrote this about 10, 15 years back. It was written a long time back, and I locked it up, and it wasn't meant to be shared with people. It was for me. I just wrote it. It was therapy. It was catharsis for me. But seeing the things around, and then I saw, because also the business I'm in which you need to socialize, you need to do these things.
Yeah.
And I just thought, man, it is not right. Someone's got to open up. We cannot be selling these dreams of little, especially with social media, with little kids standing in front of a Rolls Royce and thinking that's cool and that's good.
Yeah.
Because you're building another generation of people who would aspire to be that. And there will be a lot of percentage of people who will not relate to that, but will do it simply because that's what they're seeing and being told.
True.
Right?
Very true.
So Yeah, so I thought it was about time. And I was like, man, if I'm judged for it, I mean, I'll give you an example. I suffered from anxiety for the longest time, and I still do from time to time. I seek counseling. I've been on medication from time to time. And the strange thing is, a lot of people go to work, they are tired, they come back home, and they'll make 2 pegs of whiskey or any other chosen drink. And that is okay. That is normal. But if you want to go to see a shrink or a psychologist, they'll say, oh, is there something wrong with you, Samir? What happened? So what is going on? There's something at any given point in time, a bar at 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning is crowded with people who are stressed the hell out and they're drinking themselves numb. And that is okay. And that is entertainment. But if I was to seek help from a specialist, there's something wrong with me. And I got just sick of that, and people, just kind of avoiding the big elephant in the room. And I can understand in India, because we still are, a growing economy where we are struggling with making our ends meet. So to tell a rickshaw wala or somebody else, listen, a rickshaw wala's son says, Papa, I'm feeling anxious. He'll give one slap. He said, Kaam kar. Abhi dal roti kamani hai. Aaj ka kaam kar, right? So I totally get it. So at least in the rural area, I get it. But in the urban people, we are living a very westernized life. And I think it should be talked about and not be shunned. Let's look it in the eye. I mean, wear your introversion as a badge, because introverts are far more, sensitive and empaths. So they have great things to contribute.
No, well, I think it was great talking. I'm sorry, time's up. I might take just one last question, if that's all right. So how do you switch off? Because you're in the glam business, obviously, your friends must be all Bollywood celebrities, and they would have a certain lifestyle, which you have, like said, it's taken a toll on you as well, trying to perhaps keep up or switch off. So what do you do to switch off? What is your, one advice you'd give to anybody who believes that he or she is an introvert or is going through some sort of anxiety and needs to strictly switch off? How do you switch off?
Well, the question is not as much as switching off. The question is putting yourself first. Understand yourself, right? To me, I've understood I need my time. So my phone is always on silent. Only when I'm ready to communicate, I will communicate. Otherwise, it's my time. And is to tell people that it's okay. The biggest problem is just, the moment you say it's okay, then you will value it and do steps to protect that. It's like spending time with your little daughter, right? Beautiful. Nobody tells that. So you are as important. And if you don't want to go out, hey, the whole world is going out. You say, okay, but that's not me, right? That's the cards I was dealt. So I think you should rejoice in what you have, really. I mean, the moment you walk with your, chin up and saying, yeah, that's it. I don't care if, Steven Spielberg's coming to the party. If I don't feel like going, I'm not going to go. I mean, tough luck. So that's self-acceptance is the first step to any improvement or any help.
Brilliant. Yeah, it was super well done. It was a pleasure talking to you, and I'm getting my hands on the book as soon as I can. Thank you. Have a great day. Thanks. Bye. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Soni and Mr. Bajaj. As Mr. Soni says, that find your reason of being happy and act upon it. Moving on with the next standalone session, it's on Age Proof, Your Inner Self, by Mr. Anil Khandelwal, Managing Director and CEO for Yogi's Secret Healthcare Private Limited. Mr. Khandelwal is engaged in the space of functional medicines and nutraceuticals addressing preventive healthcare and reversal of chronic diseases. We welcome you, sir. All the very best. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Khandelwal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this invitation and speaking to you for a few minutes only, because I know there is a time constraint and I would like to just say a few words. By profession, I'm a chartered accountant, and you can imagine I covered a journey 3.5 decades in finance discipline, and I'm understanding the balance sheet of human body. So the assets and liabilities which we carry in this costume. And the topic which I'm working all the time is that how human beings can be disease-free and medicine-free. Probably what is most important for us to learn that we don't know, how this body is functioning. And probably if I have to highlight few things, that perhaps how many of you know that our heart is pumping 2,000 gallons of blood every 24 hours. And you will be amazed, and perhaps you might know that our body has a nervous system, which is capillary, small or big or whatever, And if they are taken out of this costume, they'll be somewhere around 60,000 miles, which is probably 3 times the circumference of our Earth. And just imagine that our heart is supplying blood, which is carrying oxygen and nutrients across the body. Another very important thing which I would like to just highlight, that we are made up of 5 elements, and the most important element in this is water. And another thing which we are trying to build on, that how we can make sure that the water inside, which actually is proven to have a memory, right? Because when we go to a temple, when we take the water, which is full of divinity, and we take it with respect, imagine that inside our human body, there is a 70% water which carries the memory inside. And therefore, it is very important to reflect that whenever we consume our food, whenever we consume our water, whatever we do, all these memories are getting deposited in trillions of cells. If you might recall that when Luke was talking about, and I referred to a point, that these tiny boxes of memory, which is trillions of cells inside our body, right? And these are carrying lots of past memories in this box, how we can live happily. And therefore, it is so important that we got to think that how we can get out of those past miseries, those memories, and liven ourselves to become a better person, better human being, not for self, but for everybody. And therefore, what I strongly believe, that in order to empower our body, our mind, because mind-body connection is so important, it's very, very critical that when we wake up early in the morning, it's very important to wake up in the morning. I get up at 3:30 every day, come what may, and then reflecting within us. I mean, in fact, somebody was talking about the Wi-Fi, outside Wi-Fi. I think somewhere I see the inner Wi-Fi, the signals are getting weaker and weaker. And probably we need to enlighten that Wi-Fi or power that Wi-Fi inside. Trust me, the signals will come and help you to improve, to eliminate those memories which are of no need. And therefore, I strongly believe that if we follow 5 principles, which I try to embrace every time, that if we follow the path of, in Hindi, I would like to say, the first is the Satyata, which is truth. Very, very important. I mean, we can reflect ourselves, we can audit ourselves. This is what is taught in our financial discipline. Let's do our own audit. I mean, how much time we spend ever to do our own audit? And let's figure out this balance sheet, what we are carrying in the form of assets and liabilities. I mean, let's do the audit, fair audit on that. The second important, which is very important, is the purity, pavitrata we call it, that whether it is a relationship, whether it is a food, whether it is a behavior, whether it's the workplace or wherever, what is that purity? And the most important, the third piece, which I would like to talk about, and let's reflect again, is the patience, dhairyata. And the last 2, which I'll quickly summarize, is vinamrata, which is politeness, and sweetness, which is madhurta. So I think if these 5 principles, if we can invoke inside and create a powerful Wi-Fi inside, perhaps the external Wi-Fi will improve automatically. Otherwise, what is happening is, with this, gadgets, what we carry all the time with us, we have become too much dependent on that. And we always wait, if any moment of time when the Wi-Fi is not working, we get restless. Probably that's where we need to figure out that what is that Wi-Fi we really need. And probably when we start reflecting on that Wi-Fi, I'm sure we'll become really powerful. And whatever objectives, whatever aims, or whatever journey we want to accomplish in our life, I'm very confident that we can transform not ourselves, but we can do a great transformation for our society, for our people around us, whether at the workplace or outside. So I would not like to take much time, because I'm allowed only to speak for a few minutes. And thank you for listening to me, and wish you all the very best in your life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khandelwal. Yes, an internal audit is absolutely necessary. Thank you for that. Well, may I please request Mr. P.K. Khurana, founder and chief mentor, Wow Happiness, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Khandelwal. Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you so much, gentlemen. Moving on with the next in conversation session on inner happiness in modern life through spirituality. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Your Eminence, the 8th Shakyong Palga Rinpoche of Ladakh, Buddhist teacher and spiritual speaker. Your Eminence, the 8th Shakyong Palga Rinpoche of Ladakh, is a philosopher and a tulku of the Drupka lineage of Tibetan Buddhism. Rinpoche has keen interest in working out, reading, writing, and learning whenever time permits. And joining him is Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media. Mr. Batra? Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. Ankit. Aditya, yes. If you told me I'd change my name for you, but you're of course very different than me, right? It's my privilege to do this conversation with you. I forgot to acknowledge you, so please don't give me shrap. Mere baki baal na ud jaye. So let me introduce His Eminence, the 8th Chokyong Palga Rinpoche of Ladakh. He's a Buddhist teacher and a spiritual seeker, and I like him. His hairstyle and my hairstyle are similar. So I quite like. Please give him a big round of applause. Sir. So how should I address you? No, whatever you tell me. His Eminence is good. Yeah, I'll call you. So, here is your mic. Arre, you're trying to show you can sit like that, and I can't. Okay, let me try. First time I've never done this on a chair, but let me try. Because I know I'll fail, so I don't want to try anything.
I'm just used to it since I'm 8 years old. So
Yes.
yeah,
I
I
have
feel
9.5, so not too far. Okay. First of all, you've been listening to the session since the morning. You made an effort to come from Ladakh. I have never had the good fortune of coming to Ladakh. I hope you invite me to Ladakh one day. When are you
course.
inviting me?
Actually, I might be going back within a week.
So you're inviting me after that?
You're welcome, but
they
it's
say it is
extremely
not-
cold. So
Yeah,
I
it is not
suggest
the
you don't
best
come
time.
during winter.
Yeah, maybe I'll come in summertime. But you've been here since the morning. What is your commentary on the sessions when you've been listening to all the experts? You listen to Luke, Dr. Kothari, Dr. Samir Parekh, the happiness experts, the astrologists, numerologists. Just now, you listen to Samir. I did a conversation with Samir a couple of weeks back. What has been going through your mind sitting there?
To be honest with you, very educational, very invigorating, and to see all these people from different backgrounds express their opinions, their thoughts, and their methods and the principles about health and well-being was very educating for me, and I was really trying to absorb everything. Though I think most of them were very concerned with addressing our issues regarding happiness and well-being externally and not that much internally. So the topic of meditation and calm abiding and doing a retreat and looking within, I think it wasn't as much as looking outside.
Thank you so much. Again, how do you balance life between being soulful, being selfless, and being materialistic? Because if you go within, you still can chase material milestones. Possibly you chase them with balance, equanimity, and with a sense of purpose, because everything we do beyond the point money doesn't really impact. So how does a worldly person like me, I'm worldly in every sense of it, right? I'm worried about how much sponsors, how much money is, and sometimes it's not about break even on profit. It's about if this conference is so good, we must sell. So I'm always seeking numbers while I'm all about experiences. So how does one balance the inward and the outward? Is there a playbook?
Yeah, actually, it's a very interesting question. And just to share a little bit about myself, I belong to this lineage from the Himalayas. We call it the dragon lineage. And in our monastic system, we have different hierarchies. For example, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who is an avatar, he's the 14th. So in my own reincarnation, line of reincarnation, I'm the 8th. And I lived abroad for many years when I was young, and I've been through so much in my life, which I don't have time to relate all my story. But at one point, I was living like a normal person.
You know, abnormal now.
Normal person.
You're normal also.
Hanji. So
my thing is to stay normal. That's a very tough thing.
So I lived normally as
you mean you lived a
layperson's
Hanji. Layman's.
Hanji. Because I wanted to experience what people go through in their daily lives. In the monasteries, when we are brought up.
Did you get married?
No, I didn't. Yes.
Then you haven't lived a normal life, but that's not.
But in the monasteries.
I hope you pardon me for this. Okay?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Forgiveness is a good virtue.
It is. And I'm practicing it right now. No, but in our monastic system, avatars, reincarnation such as us, we do have the option of taking vows of celibacy, of monkhood or not. So I chose to become a bit more liberal. You know, I wanted to experience life and to see the world. And I could not do that if I took the vows and locked myself in a monastery. At one point in my life, I was in Europe for a good number of years, and I met some very good friends. I had the good fortune of accumulating a lot of wealth through these rich sponsors. I invested in the stock market in Apple. I became a multi-millionaire, and I bought a lot of cars, Hummers, Porsche Cayenne.
Where are they?
Let me finish. So I also had like a Mini Cooper, BMW. At the end, I bought a Maserati Grand Cabrio, you know, which is a convertible.
You make other people jealous. Are you doing this on purpose?
No, I'm trying to be more relatable to you. Because sitting here with a shaved head, with the red robes, and sitting cross-legged on the chair, how will you relate to me? Why should you listen to me? So I'm explaining to you why I relate to you.
But most people haven't bought a Maserati. Anybody who owns a Maserati here? Anyone? Oh, there's one person. Mr. Pathak, you own a Maserati? I didn't know that. I should have met you earlier. Okay. And who else? Raise the hand. Oh, Chetan owns in what? Like in your dream, Chetan? Okay, clearly. And you, sir? Siddharth, you also own a Maserati? I'll treat you nicer, okay?
So I live the high life, so to speak.
You're setting a context that I understand the materialistic normal life.
So abhi aapne jise kaha ki as a lay person, like money really doesn't bring true happiness. Aapne mujhe kaha. So I'm trying to
I think otherwise, but that's
so I had all this good life. I made a lot of money, and I have photos and videos to prove them, though I'm embarrassed to show them on the big screen. Maybe I'll send them to you at a later date.
I want to Google
Snapchat, maybe.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, so I just grew disillusioned.
Why?
Because it was not the kind of happiness I was looking for. You know, it was not the sustainable and spontaneous happiness. It was always dependent on something else. It was dependent on this big car. It was dependent on 5-star hotels. It was dependent on Michelin food. It was dependent on this social circle, which are very difficult to keep up with. And you just kind of get lost in this big world of materialism. So,
Luke, I want to be like him when I grow up now. I want to be like you when I grow up.
So basically, materialism is not the problem.
How did you make that switch? Because most people, see, our consciousness goes up. We face certain experiences. We are forced to go within. How did you make that switch? Because that's very difficult. You know, for example, I have said this before. I'm very meticulous in my own way. I'm very perfectionist. When things don't happen my way, sometimes I'm like frustrated. I express it. And sometimes express it very passionately. I'm using very positive words to describe something very negative. I'm angry, you know, like, and I'm trying to minimize, and I've got to, let's say, 2 on 10, maybe 1 on 10. Some friends tell me I'm at 1 on 10. But it's very difficult to make the switch, to change your habits, to change your expectations from yourselves, from the environment. How did you make that switch?
I used my awareness to gain the wisdom to understand impermanence and the futility of running after materials. I understood that materialism itself is not the problem. The problem is attachment. So
that's why whenever I send an email, no attachments.
That's a good joke. I don't know whether to be serious or to make jokes. Okay. If you want to go there, route, trust me, I can be very funny.
Okay. We love 1 or 2, but yes, good.
But sometimes that switch is made for you because of circumstances that are beyond your control. For example, like the COVID pandemic that happened, a lot of people are making that switch. That's why happiness and well-being are topics that people are speaking a lot these days. I personally got disillusioned with a certain lifestyle and decided to come back to my spiritual roots. And then I locked myself up for 3 years and 3 months in a small 10 by 10 feet room. And we did meditation in the mountains of the Himalayas in the winter, where it goes down to -30. And you have to meditate in just this meditation belt, underwear. And it's in January in Ladakh. So you easily talking about -30, though I didn't take a thermometer with me. I'll make sure I'll take it this time. And we have to meditate on our inner heat, yoga, and the power of meditation to purify our negative emotions. So yeah, the change happened to me. I got disillusioned with a certain lifestyle. I came back within to look within myself for happiness. And right now, I won't use the word happiness. I would use the word bliss, blissful, very peaceful, like very serene, tranquil. Like the famous Pangong Lake in Ladakh, आपने देखा होगा, जहाँ पर 3 Idiots का shooting हुआ था. It's a very serene lake. So I feel like that lake. And once you transform yourself into a big lake, उसमें आप जितने भी पत्थर मारो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. उसमें आग तो लगेगा ही नहीं लगेगा.
Beautiful. That's a beautiful analogy. Tell me, when you made the switch, you said you're in a state of bliss. How were you able to convert other people to make this switch, guide other people to, because you have a higher purpose. That's why you're doing what you're doing. So while you transformed yourselves, you talked about, you said attachment, but I'd say expectations. I use the word expectation. So how did you make sure that you change other people's expectations? You help them make the switch. Give us a sense of how you were able to accomplish that.
By always listening to them, by talking to them, by holding their hands, by looking them in the eyes, and telling them that they're okay.
Yeah.
Despite all their faults.
First person on camera who said, I'm okay. Say it once more. I'll play it to my wife.
You're okay, and you're fine the way you are.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. We should never judge anyone. We are beautiful the way we are, with hair, without hair. Yeah. मुझे भी मालूम है. I also.
You have a fertile top. I may not have a fertile top. But anyway.
And honestly speaking, we can't always be in a state of happiness. We can't always be in a state of okay. So one of my philosophies, it's okay not to be okay. It's okay sometimes not to be okay. It's okay to go through some pain. Just makes you stronger. Try to use your awareness to learn from pain. Yeah. Try to use your awareness to gain the wisdom of learning through pain and make yourself stronger. We only have 5 minutes, so I can't really go very much into
the advantage of pain is at least you're more compassionate to others. At least, you understand people more and you're able to relate and sometimes help people more.
If I may interrupt you one second here. So because of the shortness of time, I can't elaborate too much on all the messages that I want to share. It'll take me many hours and maybe a few days. But just to sum it up, I want everybody to remember a few core principles of my philosophy, which is inspired by the Buddha's philosophy. It is compassion, karuna, not corona. So though when I was in Bombay recently, I was teaching.
You mean the beer corona?
No, वो भी नहीं.
Corona.
No, beer भी नहीं, वो disease भी नहीं. Or make that emotion, the empathy, karuna, there's a Sanskrit word. Compassion, to understand the suffering of other people, to relate to the suffering side of the people. Love, to wish them happiness, to relate to the happiness side of the people. Awareness, to be aware, to be in a state of awareness through meditation, through being in the moment, through meditation, being in a state of awareness to gain wisdom. I call it CLAW, claw, a claw to climb out of samsara.
Compassion, love,
awareness, wisdom. Compassion and love to projected towards others, awareness and wisdom projected towards yourself. So if you use the principles of compassion and love, awareness and wisdom, if you understand the true meanings of them, if you know how to apply them, you can come out of the claw to come out of samsara, to come out of your negative state.
Thank you so much. Personally, I'm talking to you while I'm a joke. Inside, I'm thinking about some very serious stuff. Tell me, sometimes people hurt you, and there can be people who are very close to you, and they don't even know they're hurting you. Because they're looking at it from their perspective. How do you deal with it? Someone who loves you, don't know they're hurting you, and they continue to. How do you deal with that?
It's a very simple method. We don't see people as negatives. We don't see even our enemies as negatives. We see our enemies as our biggest benefactors. Because to be generous, you can give alms to so many billions of people. दुनिया में भिखारी की कमी नहीं है. आपके पैसे खत्म हो जाएंगे, लेकिन भिखारी खत्म नहीं होंगे. To practice meditation, there's so many methods. To practice morality, there's so many methods. To practice patience, you need an unprovoked enemy. To practice patience, you can't slap somebody and just say, I will practice patience. So if you are fortunate enough to have an unprovoked enemy, and especially if the enemy is close to you, a relative or a family member, and by the way, Buddha said we should be careful of our close ones because they have the ability to push the buttons that hurt the most. China or Pakistan ko kuch unko malum nahi hai. They can only press the button to throw a bomb on your head, but our closed ones are the ones we should be most careful about. They have the potential to push buttons that will literally make you go mad and make you lose your hair in the process. But we see our enemies not as somebody who's harming you, but as someone who can teach you patience.
Beautiful. I think that's a beautiful thing I take back. Patience is something I'm trying to imbibe. I think I can be more patient. I want to ask you one more question and bring in the audience. We live in an era of social media where comparison, when I was younger, I learned this phrase, comparison is the thief of happiness. Okay. But I compare, I sometimes, well, not now, maybe 2-3 years, I post and see how many likes. And, a lot of people do. And I'm using that as a metaphor where it's such a big competition. And, in business, it's okay, but in personal life, it's not okay. So how do you make sure that you're unimpacted by competition? You value what you have, whatever level you have, as an individual or as a professional?
It's a very relevant question, especially because we live in the digital era, in the era of social media, that we are so influenced by what we see on our small 5-inch screen. My personal practice and what I advise to people is never to look at somebody who has more than you and to wish that, oh, kash mere paas wo gaadi hoti, kash mere paas ye alishan bangla hota,
kash maine IPO kar liya hota.
Haan ji. So if you always focus on what you don't have, you end up, having nothing. Be thankful and grateful for what you already have. In a nutshell, that glass half empty, glass full wala, I use that principle. I look at my life and I am grateful for what I have. I have a small swift.
What if I don't drink from the glass, I drink from the bottle?
That is also fine, as long as the bottle is half full. Yeah, if you see the bottle is half full and not half empty. Chahe wo whiskey ka ho, chahe wo pani ka ho, chahe doodh ka ho.
Main peeta nahi.
Yeah. So anything, like however you approach someone, whenever you see someone, always focus on what you already have and be grateful. I'll give you one small example before we wrap it up. Last time when I was in Bombay, I was doing this teaching, tour for about 1 week. I had gone to Pune to give a TED talk. Then on the way, I was in Bombay for about 10 days. And my host, he organized this very nice car, a big BMW X7, a nice SUV, brand new. I was the first one to sit in the car. He wanted Ashirwad from me. And I was in the car. And outside, I saw this auto wala. Okay, he was in his auto, he was eating some pan and he was sitting like this. The traffic was stuck and he was doing this to me. Kya life hai, you know what I mean? Kya life hai, kya mast hai. He was doing this to me. My privacy screen was not shut, so he could see me. I folded my palms in that, simple moment. And I looked to my right. There was this big Rolls Royce. I saw this rich, people who are sitting inside. I couldn't see their face, but I could imagine them sitting inside. There was this big Rolls Royce. So instead of looking at the Rolls Royce and wishing I was in the car, I looked at the auto wala and I was thankful that I was in this big, nice car with AC blowing on my face. I had like 4 or 5 bottles of water. He had this yellowed bottle of Coke, 1.5 liter वाला जो Coke का bottle होता है, उसमें पानी भर भर के it had become yellow. He had a scarf around his face, and you know how Bombay can be so humid. He was wiping his face, and I was happy to have AC on my face. I was happy to have this clean bottle of water, and in one moment I could feel कि बच्चे का, you know, बच्चों की शादी कब होगी, ये कर्ज कब खत्म होगा, ये भाग दौड़ वाली दुनिया, you know, जिंदगी कब खत्म होगी. I could feel his pain.
अगला कस्टमर कब मिलेगा?
अगला कस्टमर कब मिलेगा, you know. So
I always say I'm very, very blessed. First, I have the blessings of my parents. I have a lovely wife, 2 kids, and I have been part of building 2 companies, and I've met some amazing people in my life. I'm very, very blessed. I want to bring in some questions from the audience, if there are questions. Puneet wants to ask. Puneet used to be CEO of Barista. He started a tech company now, consumer durables company, a food company. I'm sure he'll make it very big. Puneet, your question.
Thank you so much. It was quite invigorating, whatever you spoke. Chief, I wanted to ask you, you had a stint in Europe and of course the Western world. And of course, as a teenager or a youth, you wanted to explore and go and figure out the world. My question is very pinpointed. Do you believe in the law of karma and the theory of karma? Why I'm saying so is obviously everybody in their childhood or their youth, when they explore life, they create karmas consciously and subconsciously. So now that you've attained so-called Buddhahood, or you've kind of reached a level whereby you're in a bliss mode, do you fear that unconscious karma which you created is going to come back to you, or what's the way forward?
yes, we do believe in karma. In Buddhism, we don't believe in a God who decides for us, who harms us, who, you know, showers blessings on us, because there is a problem with that theory. Then how can God be selective? How can God be racist? What about those black people who suffered needlessly for centuries? What about us Indians who suffered for more than 250 years? And who worships God more than us? भगवान का पूजा करना किसको ज़्यादा मालूम है हमारे सिवा? Who knows more than us? So where was God for the 250 years? Why did we have to suffer so much? So in Buddhism, it doesn't make sense. It's a very logical sort of philosophical way of life. We don't consider Buddhism a religion. It's a way of life. So you can be a Hindu practitioner, you can be a Christian, you can be a Muslim, and you can walk the Buddhist path without even knowing it. So in Buddhism, we don't believe in the God concept. We believe in karma, basically cause and effect. अभी जैसे देखिए, मुझे प्यास नहीं है क्योंकि मैं वहाँ पर पानी पी रहा था. अभी मुझे भूख नहीं है because I had this beautiful food. So who gave me the water? Yeah, who gave me the water? This hotel, this arrangement provided me the water. Who cooked the food? The chef cooked the food. So I'm not thankful to God, or I'm not thankful to, you know, whatever you want to call it. I'm thankful for my own karma of coming here, or of getting into the car and coming here and then attending this banquet, attending this function where I could be fed and where I could learn, you know. So we believe in the concept of karma. Coming back to your question, yes, I have accumulated lots of different karmas, good and bad. And the karma is not necessarily destined. You can erase it. You can change your karma by committing good karma. By doing good karma, you can eradicate your bad karma by engaging in wholesome conduct, body, speech, and mind. Physically helping people, physically being kind to people.
Yeah, he's gifting me his Maserati. Huh?
I've sold it already. I can give you the picture though. Okay. Uska photo मैं आपको दे सकता हूँ. Yeah.
Thank you.
But verbally speaking politely and kindly, and then with your mind having love and compassion for people. So with body, speech, and mind, you can accumulate good karma and change your life.
Cholanji wants to ask a question. One more, but that lady in boy, you're a kid.
I have the mic here
Come
also.
in the front. Yeah, this boy wants to ask a girl. Yes, wants to ask a question.
Anurag ji, I have a mic. Just one question.
Mickey, go ahead. You get the award for the most number of questions.
Thank you so much, because I'm a learning child, so childlike very much. तो उपासना की उपलब्धि के लिए काम वासना का दमन करना जरूरी है क्या? उपासना की उपलब्धि के लिए काम वासना का दमन करना जरूरी है क्या? सिर्फ ध्यान से ऊर्ध्वगमन नहीं हो सकता? सिर्फ ध्यान करने से लेविटेट नहीं हो सकता? कॉन्शियसनेस नहीं आगे बढ़ सकती? एक्सपेंशन ऑफ अवेयरनेस नहीं हो सकती? क्या उसके लिए काम वासना का दमन करना बहुत जरूरी है?
Can you rephrase that?
Okay, I'll speak in English.
You have lust for worldly pleasures. I don't want to explain what worldly pleasures mean. So
okay, can one be deeply dissolved in spirituality, in divinity, without transcending lust, biological needs?
He's done it. That's why he's.
I understand, but I see his biceps very strong. He still feels the need of physical gratification.
If you live in Ladakh, which is 3,500 meters above sea level, where the oxygen level is close to zero, you need a lot of physical health in Ladakh. These are developed, in Ladakh, aapki body to वैसे ही बन जाएगी. You lift one bag, a small bag of santara, it is like lifting one atta wala bag, in Delhi. But jokes aside, I do a lot of yoga. So I couldn't share all my story. I do lots of physical exercises. So I like weightlifting for my strength. I do yoga for my stretch, and I do high intensity interval training, HIIT, for my stamina. I do chantings verbally for my to purify my verbal karma, and I do meditation for my mind. So I focus on body, speech, and mind. It is not just sitting in a room all day. In terms of lust and all, I mean, I will have to explain this at a more relaxed way. But just to say quickly, materialism or any kind of engagement is not the problem. The problem is attachment. The problem is attaching hooks to people, to relationships, and not letting go, and not understanding that all compounded phenomena is impermanent and not going to last forever. And you have to understand to let it go.
But let me, attachment or expectation is natural. If I've invited you, I would want to be nice to you. You would expect to be nice to me. It's natural. Having some expectations is a natural outcome of relationship, isn't it?
Basically, it's good not to have expectations. The ultimate goal, in my opinion, in my philosophy, the ultimate goal of love is to try to love without attachment, try to be compassionate without getting emotional, and try to gain wisdom through the state of awareness.
Thank you so much. Last question from Jalanji, short question, and then though Devika is telling me to wrap up, but I'll let you take that question.
Okay.
Jalanji, quick one.
I'm here.
Yeah, Jalanji.
I'm here. And
so he does meditation in his home. He has one room for meditation. He introduced me to meditation. I didn't get onto it, but he introduced me 20 years back. And he's deeply into a lot of things you're saying.
So glad to hear you. And this was very wonderful. Claw. What is W stands for? I missed out that. Wisdom. All right.
It's what I stand for.
Correct.
This is what I.
Now this W, the wisdom. I'm sure you had a fabulous meditation journey, right? Can we hear a little bit about that? Because
sure.
Quickly, right? And for the benefit of this room, Devika, with your permission, right? A small, short meditation, if you could guide, that would be lovely.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Experience.
Very short, very simple. Basically, after I was chosen as the 8th reincarnation of the previous Palgar Rinpoche, brought to the monastery, got locked up in a small room from the age of 8 till the age of 16. I'm literally fast forwarding. So I was locked up in a small room every day for almost 8 years, beaten almost every day. Apne Shaolin temple dekhi hogi, like those Kung Fu movies. Mera 37th wala tha. So basically got a very harsh way of discipline. Uske baad, then after coming back, I did my retreat for 3 years and 3 months. You go through a lot of transformation. Or when I talk about wisdom, I'm not talking about education or learning through books and all. It's about being aware of your surroundings, of your mind, of the situation that you're facing, and try to learn from each and every moment. Try to grow as a person, because what is the ultimate of education? It is to gain wisdom. It is to become wiser. That is why we go to school. That is why we go to colleges. We pursue all those degrees. So I never got proper education. I only went until 3rd grade. So the English that I speak, I taught myself English in the small room by reading Tintin. And Hindi मैंने चाचा चौधरी और अमर चित्र कथा से सीखी. और उसके बाद some computer through books. So I learned a lot. I gained my wisdom through my awareness. Just using my awareness. And also the experiences I had during my meditation. Now, there are many different kinds of meditation. We will just do a very simple one that you can do anywhere, anytime. So, कल अगर आप किसी ठंडे कमरे में होंगे, you're in this very cold room, you're feeling miserable. Immediately do this meditation. You will be in the moment. You will be aware of yourself, of your surroundings. You will literally be very calm in very few seconds. Next time you're in a big 5-star hotel like this, you're in the presidential suite, you have all these luxuries, and you might feel a little bit disillusioned with life if you have bought a new car or whatever. Again, do this meditation. It will literally bring you back to the moment. It will make you very calm. So it's very simple. It is what we call shamatha meditation. In other traditions, they call it vipassana. But it's very simple. You don't have to sit like this, like me. The most important thing is keep your back straight. So come a little bit closer to the edge of the seat, because yeah, you keep the chair exactly. It will make your back straight. If you go back, your back will curve. So कुर्सी के थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए तो आपका कमर जो है वो सीधा हो जाएगा. You just sit like this, and you just focus on your breath. You just watch your breath with your mind. You can keep your eyes shut or you can keep your eyes closed. Just be aware of your breathing. In, out, in, out. Don't force it. Don't pay attention to anything else. Not to the cameras, not to the sound of the AC. Watch your breath. Breathe through your mouth as well as through your nostrils. What happens when you meditate like this? You're resting at a very deep level. आजकल क्या होता है कि even after we sleep for 10 hours, 8 hours, उसके बाद भी हमें थकान महसूस होता है. We get tired very fast. We age very fast. Why? Because we're not resting. Our mind is still running in the background. Even if you put the phone in the other room, like we were discussing, your mind is, you can't switch off your mind. Mind को switch off कर लेते हो.
When I sleep, I love what I do. It's not a job for me. It's not a business for me. I really feel I'm blessed. This is the best thing I should have done in life. Like, when I sleep, I swear I go to sleep around 11. From 11 to 12, most days I get ideas. Like, I get all my ideas that 1 hour. I'm not able to sleep most days. And in fact, a lot of times I bring a piece of paper and pad and write down because I'm getting business. But that's the only time I'm alone. I don't have my phone. I have nobody around me. And it's good and it's bad because I end up sleeping 1 hour, 2 hours later. That when I'm not looking at my phone at all, but I'm getting ideas one after the other. I'm some situation in the day. So I don't know. So I actually sleep 1-2 hours after I got into the bed.
If it's important for you, for your work, maybe you can be in that state, for like maybe 45 minutes, but don't overstay in that state of, thinking and getting ideas because you will tire your mind. But after that, if you manage to meditate, and now when you do this meditation, don't do this for like half an hour or 1 hour. Do it for like 10 minutes only. Put a clock on your mobile, like a timer, do it for 10 minutes, sit somewhere quiet. And then after 10 minutes, just walk around, stretch your legs a little bit because you're not used to it. You have to slowly get used to it. It's like learning how to do repetitions with workouts. And uske baad, you can build your resistance. So do it for 10 minutes, rest for 2 minutes, do it for 10 minutes, rest for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure talking to His Eminence. Please give him a big, you have a question, I promised you. So we'll round quickly your question.
It's a quick one. So going back to your Maserati days and everything, I just have a curiosity. Why does anyone who speaks that money doesn't matter is already a millionaire or a filthy rich person?
Sorry?
So why does anyone who preaches or who tells that money doesn't matter actually has experienced a lot of wealth in his life already?
Money matters. Money is neither good nor bad. We have this love-hate relationship with money. The way we should see money is that money is simply potential. If you have a calm state of mind, if you have compassion and love in your heart, you will use that potential for a good purpose. जैसे अनाथ आश्रम बनाना, कोविड के टाइम पे लोगों का इलाज कराना, to help people to go out in the world. But money is neither good nor bad. It depends on how you use it. And okay, maybe I can speak about this now because I was already a millionaire and I had already experienced this because I had experienced it. मैंने देख लिया. तो मैं आपसे ये निवेदन कर रहा हूँ कि मुझ पे भरोसा कीजिए. Like, don't just make that the sole purpose of your life, because when you become a millionaire, you want to become a multimillionaire. When you become a multimillionaire, you want to become a billionaire. When you become a billionaire, then you want to become a multi-billionaire. It just never ends.
अभी तो $1 trillion IPO हो गया.
never stops.
आप बहुत पीछे चल रहे हैं. His Eminence. But give him a big round of applause. And I want to let you go by asking you, can you recommend one book for all of us to read? I always ask that question today. I forgot. पुराना था. आपकी किताब ही recommend कर देता हूँ मैं.
One Buddhist book that you can read. That's very difficult. What we consider the Bible in Buddhism, that I would consider, that His Holiness the Dalai Lama would consider, which is not a small thing, is this book by this great Nalanda University master, Shanti Deva. His book is called Bodhicharya Avatara, which is a long name, but just look up his book called, this author called Shanti Deva. He was, I think, the 12th century Nalanda University philosopher.
I've never heard of it. Clearly tells you about my ignorance, and I'll Google him. So thank you for adding to it.
Sir, I had one question. So this side. Sorry, my son disturbed. Actually, this question is from my son's behalf. He asked this question to me every day, almost every day. He says, is it necessary to leave everything to become a monk?
No, young to ask that question. Yeah. What do you do to him every day? No, I'm kidding.
He knows I'm into this yoga and meditation.
Right now, what I'm doing in Ladakh, I came back from Europe. I sold everything. So basically, I'm the monk who sold his Maserati.
Yeah, I had a better title for you.
No, the Ferrari wala, that is very old. But now I'm the monk who sold his Maserati. So I came back to Ladakh. I have this big land that I managed to procure with my society. It is around 1,000 acres. And I'm building this spiritual center for lay people, where people can live the monk of a spiritual person without having to renounce everything. So you can come, you can be there for 1 week. Wi-Fi will be on. Yeah, but I will switch it off during meditation sessions. Okay. Yeah, but during off meditation session, you can. So I'm building this center where you can come and you can stay there for 1 week, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, depends on your time. And I want to introduce spirituality in people's life, monkhood into people's life.
Answer is beta, you can do both. Bache, you can do both. And you don't need to turn into a monk right now.
You don't have to cut your hair, don't worry.
Play video games, trouble your mom, dad, have fun with your friends, go to McDonald's or whatever else you want to go to.
Rinpoche, one question I have from my side.
Ma'am, we are running out of time. We will not take more questions. Okay. We give you one question. That's okay. Please give His Eminence a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Also, maybe please request Mr. Anil Khandelwal, Managing Director and CEO for Yogi's Secret Healthcare Private Limited, to present a token of love and appreciation.
I would just like to present this scarf to Mr. Anuragji. Please. This is a symbol of appreciation and blessing of auspiciousness and prosperity and long life. It's a very ancient Himalayan tradition.
A big round of applause, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. As he says, it's okay to not be okay at times, but it's important to be self-aware. And moving on with that, it's a standalone session on missing link in employee happiness at workplaces. Now, how many of you are, or you belong to the corporate world? I mean, I don't. Okay, quite a few. So this one's for you. And for this standalone address, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Dr. Ashish Ambasta, founder and CEO, Happy Plus. Well, he's one of the most distinguished and knowledgeable leaders one can come across in the corporate world. He holds a great reputation for his wisdom and is a go-to industry leader for India's major corporate houses. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ambasta.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm going to talk about one of the most important aspects of our life, which is work. We spend around 90,000 hours of our waking hours at our workplace. And one of the tragedy of modern times is that a lot of people who are going to work are very unhappy. And this is what I'm not saying. It's been researched for last 25 years. In 1998, Gallup, one of the leading consulting firms, wanted to find out how many people who are going to workplace are actually happier. And they realized that only 24% people who are going to work really felt like coming back to work next day. In last 23 years, that number has not changed. In fact, this year, when they did the same research, we found out that only 20% people who are coming to work are happy. And, as I mentioned, that 90,000 of your waking hours you spend at your workplace, which is something which we should be thinking about. Now, the question is why we are not very happy at workplaces. Sometimes it's about your managers. Sometimes it's about your compensation. Sometimes it's about your learning and development. And you'll find that most of the time, you'll find an excuse that why you don't enjoy working. Whenever I meet somebody, I ask two questions. One is, if there is an opportunity or if there is an option in your life, would you continue doing what you're doing? And the second question I ask is if there is an opportunity, would you continue doing what you do for free of cost? And most of the time, the answer is definitely no. But the other side of the story is people who enjoy doing what they do don't think that work is a burden for them. For them, it's a way of expression. For them, it's a way of, bringing their potential to the fore for everybody to look at, and they thoroughly enjoy and be in flow. Now, when we talk about happiness, we listen from different perspectives. But I can tell you, one of the most suffering, population is, when you look around, are people who are going to work for every day and day out, thinking that how they should be coming out from what they are doing on a day-to-day basis. So I spent around 20 years listening to this, looking at this very closely with a lot of consulting firms. And everywhere I went, I found that people were very unhappy. Now, even United Nations, who comes out with a World Happiness Report, I don't think how many of you are aware about it. Every year, 20th of March, there is a report which is published by United Nations, which ranks all the countries as far as their happiness, scores are concerned. And India, this is started from 2013, and India as a nation is coming down dramatically for last 7-8 years. It started at the rank of 111. And now, in the last ranking, India was 144 out of 156 countries. Now, this is very challenging because at one hand, you are labeled as somebody who are not very happy. And the second time, on the other hand, other reports at workplaces are also telling us that the happiness and engagement is not there for a lot of us who are going to workplace. And imagine spending most of your waking hours being surrounded by people whom you don't love, being surrounded by work which you don't enjoy, and looking for Fridays to come in so that you can just go and relax. You are looking for work-life balance because you definitely don't see your life in the work which you are having. Now, it's a big problem and somebody has to do something about it. So what we did, I undertook this particular research around trying to find what makes people happier at workplaces. In fact, my PhD is done in this particular area where I really wanted to explore that why, despite spending so much of time at work, people hate it. And the realization which I came to understand was because most of the time, the workers or the employees at different organizations were looking for somebody else to make them happy. Now, one of the solutions which a lot of companies, come to when we were consultants, they used to come and tell us that can you come in and measure happiness levels of our people and tell us how much stress is there so that we can do something about it. And we used to go there, we used to measure happiness, we used to measure engagement scores, and then we used to give reports to the management. And a lot of fun used to start after that. So what used to happen is that leadership would come up with an action plan. They will say that we have to do this and this for making our people happier. Then you will also get the HR team of the companies coming and saying that we need to change some policies, some processes needs to be brought in, and a lot of actions used to take place. Then some other companies came and said, you know what, managers are the lens through which the employees look at the organization. So let's change that attitude of managers. So managers were also, went through a lot of actions, a lot of training programs to change the dimensions around which they should lead the organization. But one funny thing was that the person for whom the entire thing was being done, he or she was not supposed to do anything. So employees were supposed to sit back, relax, and then see the changes coming in through all the policies and programs which were brought in by these companies to ensure that people are happier. So after my PhD, one of the things which I realized that at the core of it, the reason why people are not happier, because they are not taking accountability of their own happiness. They are giving it away to the organizations. They are thinking that if my manager is not good, I won't be happier. If I'm not getting this money, then I won't be happier. If I'm not getting this promotion, then I will not be happier. But at the end of it, if we look at very closely, it's the mindset with which you are going to work. And if you decide to not to be happy, whatever organizations do, you won't be a happy person. So in the midst of the pandemic, I quit my job and I said that we need to do something about it, both at individual levels and at the country level. And I will talk about what exactly we are doing. So at individual levels, what we are coming in now, we are saying that as employees or as an individual, when you go to workplace, you need to look at different dimensions which can allow you to feel happier, and happiness needs to be brought into your subconscious mind. You can't just think about your work and your own well-being from a development perspective, but you need to bring happiness as part of your goal sheet and think that what are the things you can do on a day-to-day basis. So we created a couple of apps, and we said to organizations that once you do something about your people as far as your processes and policies are concerned, you should also be you should also be providing help to your people by helping them build habits which creates happiness at their own level. And I think that's something which we are planning to do. And in last 18 months, we have done this study for around 1 lakh employees across 22 companies. And what we are seeing, all the results are showing us that people who take accountability of their own happiness are not only happier people, but they are also somebody who recommend their organizations much more than the others. And they are also somebody who will not leave you very easily. So that's one part of what we are doing at Happy Plus. And this is something which is of great satisfaction for us. On the national side, what we have done is we have started with a state of happiness study where we are going and asking the entire country how happy you are. And we are following the same methodology which UN does. And we will come out with the same report with at least 20 times the sample size of what UN will come in to see that what exactly they are telling us is actually true or not. If it is true, then our endeavor will be to go to our government and talk about how happiness can be brought in as one of the concepts which they need to take accountability of. And if it is wrong, if it is not true, then we'll go to UN and talk about how their data is misleading and it's not giving the right picture of the country, and they should definitely look about it. So in short, we have limited time, so I will cut short here. What I wanted to talk about is happiness at workplace is something far more important than what we believe right now. And since majority of time we are at work, and and work forms a very important part of who we are and our personality. it becomes even more important for us to look and find ways in which we can bring happiness for all the employees. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ambassador. And I once again have the honor of requesting Mr. P.K. Khurana, founder and chief mentor of Wow Happiness, to present a token of love and appreciation to Dr. Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, you have the words coming. ऐसे कैसे चलेगा? Much better. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Okay, for our next session, now how many of you believe that, okay, let's say how many of you are big foodies, जो मानते हैं कि at least I, खुशी का रास्ता मेरे पेट से जाता है. Okay, I have 2, 3. So happy. I've seen both of you happy for the first time throughout the day. Lovely. Well, why do I ask you that? Because the next session is on food, well-being, and mindfulness. How to change your life via mindful eating. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me on stage. Oh, it's an honor to welcome Mr. Ranveer Barar, celebrity chef and restaurator, in conversation with Mr. Bhuvanesh Khanna, CEO, PW Communities. Gentlemen. Yes, a big round of applause, everybody, for Mr. Khanna and Mr. Barar.
Good evening, good afternoon, what is it? All right, we're behind schedule, but we're doing okay. Slightly old fashioned, I need to have my jots, right? Chef Barar, I don't know where to start, but he's somebody I really look up to, right? He may be younger than me, he just reminded me while we were walking up. So he said, "Pehle aap." मैं कहा क्यों? कहना थोड़ा जा उम्र दा ते लिहाज होना चाहिए, right? So it's very difficult for me to speak to him in Hindi or English because our medium of conversation is Thet Punjabi, right? Chef Barar doesn't need any introduction. We all know him. Who doesn't know him? Master Chef, Chef Ranveer Barar, Chef Ranveer Barar. For me, he's Ranveer Veer, is how I do it. And we start with our Sat Sri Akal, right? So he's happening, he's a celebrity, and he's young, right? He has so much behind him at such a young age. He was all of 17 when he ran away from home in Lucknow, right? We'll come to the Lucknow part. And what drove him away? It was his passion for food. Of course, he was once telling me how he used to hold the finger of his grandfather and go to the langar, right? And he used to see how food was made there. So the earliest sweets were sown at the langar, but then this hardcore Jat, or Barar. For those of you who do not know, Barars are Jats. They are a warrior race, right? And tough as can be. And can you imagine a tough guy becoming a chef? He got in with Chef Munir Ustad for his kebabs, and his earliest impressions in the culinary domain came in from there. And of course, he's not just a master chef, an Indian phenomenon, he's a global phenomenon, right? Boston, Toronto. So he's got bank in Boston. I had Mayura running over there. What's the name of the other one?
So Anokhi Mayura, Soul of India.
There you are. So I just forgot that. And also, he's pretty rooted in the family setup. He lives with his parents, his wife, his son, his mom, his dad, and of course, now Mumbai based. There's so much to take in and soak in while we have this session with him. I have a different relationship with him in the sense we don't talk too much of other things. We do talk a lot about our Sikhi between me and him. So we more often than not talk about that. For those of you who are not aware, Chef Barar is into seva, which he doesn't talk about, right? It's Nishkam Seva. I don't know how many of you know about Nishkam Seva. It is seva which is selfless and desireless of any returns, where the left hand doesn't know what the right is doing and vice versa, right? So seva is all about it being not announced. This also connects you to your spiritual roots. I'd like to bring Chef Barar in on his efforts in seva, if he's comfortable about talking about it, and especially Nishkam Seva.
Well, it's a pleasure being here. Thank you very much. I think just being here, sitting here in front of such beautiful people is an honor in itself. But sir, in terms of what we learn, at least what I learned at a very early age, courtesy going every Sunday to the Gurdwara is to find sort of, is to keep doing and believe in the universal law that things are going to come around and happen for you. Whether it is, repetitively going every Sunday and just sitting there and watching people cook langar and then suddenly realizing that, oh, now you know most of it. And I think that Nishkam Seva is one such thing for me. I think in Sikhi, at least my spiritual side, what I've learned is, life is about those popcorn moments. You're always in the microwave. You just don't know when you'll pop. I'm sorry. Every comparison will be with food because my ecosystem is food. But I think all of us are there. All of us are just popcorns waiting to pop in a microwave. We just don't know yet. And most of the time, it is just about putting your heads down and doing what you're doing and doing it with a smile and the right intent. At least, जो मेरे को समझ में आया अभी तक मोटा मोटी वो यही है. Yeah, I mean, that's all that I can. Most of these answers are going to be food related, so I'm just getting you ready for it.
So my answers are food mixed with a lot of pleasure and the spiritual side of it. So coming to the next one, I remember my late parents, they would treat food that was on the thali as prasad. My late father would always say, if I could say that in Punjabi and then come back in Hindi and English, ke kaka jo thali ch khana parosya gaya hai, wo prasad hai. एक बार आपने हाथ जोड़ लिए अपने प्रभु के खाने के ऊपर तो वो प्रसाद हो गया उसका एक एक दाने को सेवन करना है. So whatever you've got in your plate, right, is prasad. You have to consume it. It's by your master. Having said that, in the langar, do you know what do we call rotis? Can anybody tell me? Prasada, right? So see how beautiful that is. And you take it with both your hands, right? So, and जो वो serve करने आते हैं वो भी बोलते हैं प्रसादा जी, जल जी. You know what a beautiful, see what Nanak has given us, right? And now having said that, I'll turn back to Chef Barar. Not just the act of folding our hands and thanking our master for the food that has come to our table. How much effect do you think that food consumed with this devotion has on all of us?
It is all the effects. For me, that's what I've lived by. आप जिस भाव से आप बनाते हैं और जिस भाव से आप खाते हैं आप वो हो जाते हैं. You can't change that. It's a universal law. I can't change that. We probably only can express it in different ways. But how does inanimate become animate? What you add to it is a feeling. And I mean, you look at stuff lying there and it's inanimate, but the moment कहते हैं ना अन्न पार ब्रह्म,
बिल्कुल,
तो वो कैसे और सिर्फ आपका हिस्सा नहीं है, वो जो अन्न आपके पूर्वजों ने खाया है, कहीं ना कहीं आपकी जीनियोलॉजी में, आपके हैबिट्स में वो आपके पूर्वज भी हैं और उनका खाया हुआ अन्न भी है. So and I consider myself very privileged to be serving that part of जब आप खाना बनाते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं आप ये रियलाइज करते हैं कि इतनी पावरफुल और इतनी खूबसूरत चीज के साथ आप काम कर रहे हैं. You're working with something that's as powerful and as beautiful as food. You know, the word rasoi basically comes from raswati, which is they say every finger is a rasa. You know, and when you eat with your hands and you cook with your hands, you're imbibing that rasa and consuming that rasa. And from rasa has become raswati, it became rasoi. So the intent is everything. There is eating food without mindful intent is not even it's the most basic universal error that one can do. अब वो इंटेंट डिवोशन हो सकता है, वो मोहब्बत हो सकता है, वो भक्ति हो सकता है, बट इंटेंट और नियत के बगैर खाना कंज्यूम करने से जिंदगी नहीं आती.
ट्रू. मेरे को आप ये बताइए, जो लंगर में होता है वहां पर सब कुछ, जो भी अनाज आता है, दालें आती हैं, फल और सारा सब कुछ आता है, वो सब भेंट में आता है. और जब खाना पकता है उसके वक्त भी शब्द गाए जाते हैं, वो सब लोग सेवा में आते हैं, कोई रिटर्न नहीं लेने आता और वहां वो कंज्यूम भी किया जाता है. तो वो एक पूरी वैल्यू चेन है बनने से आखिर तक. उसके बारे में आप क्या बोलेंगे?
I think it's just a continuation of the same conversation, not just in every religion. In every religion, you know, you start with आप उन्हीं फीलिंग्स के साथ खाना बनाते हैं, उन्हीं फीलिंग्स के साथ सेवा करते हैं, उन्हीं फीलिंग्स के साथ खाना कंज्यूम करते हैं. और इसीलिए हर रिलीजन में आप जब भी बनाते हैं आपको कभी टेस्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती. हर धर्म का प्रसाद सबसे टेस्टी होता है. Because you know what the life that you put into it is from here. आपके भाव जो हैं वो उसको स्वाद और जिंदगी देते हैं. I think it's across.
True. मैं एक तरफ आपका ध्यान लाना चाहता हूँ और आपके विचार जानना चाहता हूँ. I want to pick on your mind. You know, my late mother used to tell me, काका जो प्लेट च पाना है वो तो पूरा खाओ. Whatever you put in your plate, you take small helpings, but also remember, don't stuff yourself up, right? If you have hunger for 2 chapatis, consume 1.5. If you can't, consume just 1. Keep some space. It's like the washing machine drum. आप उसके अंदर पूरे कपड़े ठूस दोगे तो वो घूमेगी कैसे? What is your this thing about eating light? I mean, it's not good for your business, but
सर इसके दो भाग हैं. मैं अपनी ग्रैंड मदर से शुरू करता हूँ. हमारी ग्रैंड मदर बोलती थी कि खाना कभी बनेगा 3 रोटी एक्स्ट्रा बनाओ.
वो है
तो we used to say why. She used to say एक गाय के लिए,
बिल्कुल
ठीक है, एक कोई ना कोई जरूर घर आएगा उसके लिए,
बिल्कुल
ठीक है, और एक बाहर रख देना, चिड़िया कौवा कुछ आता है, भूखा नहीं जाना चाहिए, तो गेट के ऊपर हम एक छोड़ देते हैं. तो हर कल्चर ने खाने को अलग अलग तरीके से एक्सप्रेस किया है. अगर हम ज्यादा भी बनाते थे तो इंश्योर करते थे कि गाय की रोटी गई, हाँ गई, अच्छा वहां रख दी, एक रखी हुई है, अगर कोई आया नहीं आया तो बाहर, you know, there used to be stray dogs, we used to feed them. So our culture was to cook 3 chapatis extra. You know, that's how it was then. To answer that question, जो मैं 25 साल से खाना बना रहा हूँ, what I have realized is cooking is not a business of feeding people's stomach. It is a business of feeding people's senses.
True.
और सेंसेस को स्टिमुलेट करने के लिए, और मैं ये बहुत सब लोग कहते हैं, बट ये फैक्ट है कि all art forms stimulate all senses except for food, which genuinely stimulates all senses because you consume that as well. It becomes a part of you. जब आप सेंसेस को स्टिमुलेट करते हैं तो पेट जो है ना, उसको अगर आप आगे रख देंगे तो फिर वो गलत हो जाएगा, because you should taste everything and eat nothing. If you're able to do that,
true,
then you're feeding your senses and not your stomach. और दूसरी चीज आयुर्वेद में ये भी कहा गया है कि अगर आपकी जिह्वा जो है वो 2.5 इंच की है और आपकी अंतड़ियां 20 फुट की हैं, तो आप जीभ के लिए खाएंगे या इंटेस्टाइन्स के लिए खाएंगे, वो आपका कॉल है। हम अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये जो 2.5 इंच है आजकल ज्यादा डिक्टेट करता है। बट लाइक आई सेड, a good way to work with it is, eat. I always say, आजकल हम टेस्टिंग मेन्यू कह देते हैं, जो कुछ भी कह देते हैं, चखिए सब कुछ, खाइए कुछ नहीं।
So मेरे को एक चीज बताइए कि फास्टिंग, उपवास, ये एक हमारी सभ्यता रही है, इट्स पार्ट ऑफ आवर कल्चर, राइट? ये हमारे बड़े बुजुर्गों से ओवर द जनरेशंस, आवर फोरफादर्स, and it has come down. It actually plays a great role for us, all of us, if we practice it spiritually with a lot of discipline, to recoup. They say our cells also get regenerated. आजकल तो वो कौन सी fasting आ गई है, वो intermittent, right? So that is actually coming the long way back to us. What is your say about fasting?
Sir, ये तो वो हो जाएगा, मतलब something that has been proved over millennia. For me to sit here and say that it doesn't work will be very stupid. हमारे अगर 3000 साल से हम व्रत रखते आ रहे हैं और वो हमारे लिए ठीक है। हम अक्सर बात करते हैं कि संगीत में संगीत से ज्यादा पॉज और साइलेंस की इंपॉर्टेंस होती है। तो मैं ये मानता हूं कि अगर एज अ शेफ कि खाने से ज्यादा रुकने की इंपॉर्टेंस होती है। अगर हम वो पॉजेस नहीं क्रिएट कर पाएंगे, वी वोंट बी एबल टू appreciate anything related to food. So I think it is a little, one is, वो हाथ कंगन को आरसी क्या वाली बात है। I don't think we need to prove that fasting is good anymore. It's been proven over millennia. And the second, I think generally also, if we consider cooking as an art form, then pause is more important than food to really appreciate. It's like silence and music, like I said.
So I'll just take 1 minute, less than a minute. Chef Barar, I'm not going to say out your age. So young, so much behind you already, right? How does it feel and what's ahead?
Sir, I could be a half decent model for hair color and beard color. So that's
model you are. You already have film offers.
So ये एक आधे को पता है मेरी उम्र यहाँ पे बैठा हुआ है। But I can definitely say that it's not something that I chased and got here. There are only two things that I feel give me happiness. One is not doing something till I'm really convinced about it. And the second is doing it my way. And the goal has never been कि यहाँ जा पहुँचना, यहाँ पहुँचना, यहाँ पहुँचना. I think if all of us just do what makes us happy at every point in time, and at some point in time when we are doing something that doesn't make us happy, at least consciously keep it on one side of our head, so that it doesn't become acceptable after a point in time and okay after a point in time. I think that's the only thing I can tell.
And what next?
कुछ नहीं, I'll keep cooking. अभी खाना बना रहे हैं, खाना ही बनाते रहेंगे. ये तो मतलब और तो कुछ नहीं.
So let me tell you, humble and grounded, extremely rooted, right? He has no airs, right? And I'm telling you seriously, this is not a publicity stunt. This is how he is. Chef Barar, such a pleasure speaking to you, right? Always nice meeting you and spending whatever little time I can, right? Thank you. May my master keep you blessed always.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm really honored to be speaking in the presence of such enlightened people who've seen life meticulously through their lenses, who've expressed themselves in the mediums that they believe in. मेरा तो मैं खाना बनाता हूँ जो मैंने, my lens is food. Whatever I see in life, in happiness, is purely through food, and that's all I could contribute. I'm just happy speaking. Thank you.
Yeah, everybody does, and keep them blessed. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khanna and Chef Brar. May I please request Mr. Khanna to present a token of love and appreciation to Chef. Ladies and gentlemen, जैसा इन्होंने कहा है कि चखिए सब कुछ और खाइए कुछ कुछ. Thank you so much, sir and Chef. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are streaming live on www.bwwellbeingworld.com. And moving on to the next standalone address, it's on Shattering Karmic Untruths by Miss Susie Singh, international author, mental health coach, grief counselor, karma teacher, and wellness educator. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it a big round of applause for Miss Susie Singh. Ma'am.
It's a bright sunny morning, and there is a young mother trying desperately to dress up her little toddler. She needs to take him to the pediatrician for his first vaccination. But this toddler has no mood to oblige his mother. He's fussing and crying. And so what does Mama do? She tells him, "Beta, jaldi se taiyar ho jao. Doctor uncle ke jana hai. वो आपको बहुत यम्मी सा लॉलीपॉप देंगे." What happens thereafter? You go to the clinic, the child receives his first jab. He's confused, he's scared. He clings to his mother and he cries in grief. With that one seemingly innocent statement, the mother has altered, distorted this child's relationship with truth forever. In a psychospiritual sense, what has happened is that this child has experienced deception, lies, fear, control, manipulation. He has learned to distrust others. He has learned to fear suffering. And he has also been infected with the desire for lollipop happiness. We have all been told such innocent untruths. So the first untruth that we've all been fed is that we are here to chase happiness. If that was so, Gautam Buddha's first noble truth would have been, you will find happiness here. But I'm sure all of you sitting in this room may be aware that the first noble truth says, you will suffer. You will suffer because of your unfulfilled desires, as Anurag was discussing with Rinpoche a little while ago. You will suffer because you will lose the people you love. And you will suffer because you will have to deal with people that you dislike. So we are not here to chase happiness. The truth is that we are going to suffer in ways that we cannot imagine. Let us, for a moment, briefly think how you would feel if your parents said to you that we are sending you to school every day to go have a party, go enjoy, maza karo bachche. Now your experience at school is going to be quite the contrary, right? You're going to go there and you're going to be expected to work hard and study hard and even prepare and give tests. What are you going to feel? Are you not going to be confused and wonder, is there something wrong with me? I was told that I was going to have a party here, and here I am struggling and striving and being forced to go through this experience. And so you're going to spend half your life chasing lollipop happiness because you've been told that you're going to have a good time in school. And the other half of your life, you'll be wondering, why am I not scoring happiness goals? So what's happening here is exactly what's happening in our lives. We've been shown the wrong goalpost. We have been pointed in the wrong direction. Every human who incarnates has come here to be able to purify his consciousness. And to be able to do that, to learn and to grow and to give up your tamas and move into your sattvic mind, you have to do a lot of work. You have to fight with your own base tendencies, your own nature, your poor habits. You have to fight with your desires and expectations. You have to fight with the recurring patterns in your life. You have to fight with belief systems and dogmas. How many of you have tried to give up being angry? Has anyone tried to give up being angry? To not be provoked? Anurag, have you tried not to be provoked by the person you love? How easy is it? So those who've really been in the practice know this is really hard work. And a lot of time that hard work will involve suffering. You will suffer because the anger will arise and you will suppress it, and you are going to battle with those destructive emotions. You will probably act them out. So the truth really is that we are here to purify our consciousness, to evolve by suffering meaningfully, gracefully, mindfully. Now, how many of you have been told that truth? I think you spent a fair amount of this morning discussing happiness and chasing happiness. And here I am standing before you and saying, but you know, we are not here to find happiness. And then some of you may ask the question that if what she's saying is really true, then why is it that wise elders give us the blessing, Sada Sukhi Raho? Sada Sukhi is the next big untruth. Has any one of you ever seen or known anyone whose life only moves like this? Life moves like this. You will go up and down. The word Sukhi has lost its meaning. Through eons, its essence has been forgotten. And today, many of you will deem the word or associate the word Sukhi very closely with seeking, wanting, or experiencing pleasure. And we had a question. Mickey, I think you asked that question about pleasure. Yeah. So we think that being happy is about finding pleasure in life, whether it's business success or whether it's other things. But the term Sukhi, in its original context, in the Puranic context, came from the name of a river. The river was called Sukhi. And therefore, to be truly Sukhi, you have to learn to flow through life's ups and downs, just like a river, effortlessly, gracefully, without getting stuck. How easy is that? It also means that we need to overcome raga dvesha, likes and dislikes, attractions and repulsions. And that too we know is not easy. We have to overcome the expectations. And so when an elder gives us the blessing, Sada Sukhi Raho, what they actually are doing is giving our mind a subconscious suggestion, a prayer that we may cultivate and develop the equanimity to move through life's difficult phases, through losses and gains with an equal mind. Then we can be Sukhi. And this brings me to the third untruth then, which is that we must fear suffering. आपने कभी एक माँ को देखा है कि उसका बच्चा जब उछल कूद रहा होता है तो माँ क्या बोलती है? बेटा, be careful, चोट लग जाएगी. And many of you may have also heard through life where अगर आप बहुत खुश लग रहे हो तो आपको कोई आके बोलेगा, अरे इतना हंसो मत, बाद में रोना पड़ेगा. We have been conditioned to fear suffering, to escape suffering. But without churning the milk, there is no butter. And without suffering, there is no growth. And all of life's hidden messages can be found in nature. Look at nature. Why is it that a mother and a fetus have to labor so intensely in the process of birthing? Why is it that when a child is growing, they experience labor, they experience growth pains? What is nature telling us? That you can't birth something new or you can't grow in ways without laboring. And I'm inviting you all here today कि अगर हम इस suffering के fear को त्याग दें, can we reinterpret suffering to mean laboring? Think about that. What are we laboring against? We have to labor against our own nature, my base tendencies, my expectations, my anger, my entitlement, my feeling of my opinion is correct. If we can learn to labor against these things, then we can be Sada Sukhi perhaps. And this brings me to the fourth aspect of untruth, which is relationships. And I really wish Anurag was here. Kavi, can you request Anurag to join us? I was actually going to answer a question that he had asked Rinpoche, and I was hoping that he would listen to this answer on relationships. तो हमारा relationships में biggest untruth is that the family of birth must love me and must care for me. Now, the family of birth from a soul context is decided based on what you need to learn in this lifetime. So, for example, if you have to learn to be self-reliant, then the family that you're born into is expected from a karmic context to abandon you, to not support you, so that you can learn to be independent. Here, the lack of support is not a sin, is not a misdoing. That lack of support or the lack of love is actually kickstarting your ability to fend for yourself. Love from the family of birth is not an entitlement. It is a karmic design for your evolution. There is also the family of affinity, जिस परिवार में आपकी शादी होती है. Many of you may have heard this saying, शादी कर लो, settle हो जाओगे. Have you heard this? This, Anurag, is only half the truth. Because what they haven't told you is शादी करके karmic accounts settle करने पड़ेंगे. शादी करके भोगना और भुगतना पड़ेगा आपको. And if we can enter into marriage with this understanding that we are going to have the opportunity in this family to learn to develop fortitude, forbearance, patience, empathy, understanding. ये virtues develop करने का school है. शादी मिठाई नहीं है. Shadi, a school for learning. And if we all had that understanding, perhaps we would be sukhi in our relationships. And then I arrive now at the final untruth, the fifth one. In my clinical practice, I have a lot of people who will come and tell me कि हमें तो जिंदगी में कभी प्रेम मिला ही नहीं, तो हम दूसरों को प्रेम कैसे दे सकते हैं? How can I give something that I have never received myself? Karmic insights inform us that when we give precisely what we don't have, we immediately start to build that currency in our lives. So let's say that you feel that you haven't received the love you deserved in your family. My suggestion would be कि आप प्रेम बांटना शुरू कर दो. In the process of doing that, you will learn to love and reparent your own self. अगर आपको लगता है कि I have been unsupported, मुझे किसी ने सहारा नहीं दिया, मुझे सब कुछ अपने आप करना पड़ा, तो आप तो already mastery कर चुके हैं. दूसरों की मदद कीजिएगा. And when you start helping others, you will suddenly find that your own concerns and worries are so insignificant in comparison. Or if you feel that I have a self-worth issue, I have a confidence issue, start building other people up. Become the cause of their success. And I can tell you this is a magical formula because it will transform your own relationship with yourself. The more you give, the more you fill your karmic tank, and the more sukhi and peaceful you will become. Thank you. I think I'm on time because I promised Devika not to exceed time. But agar kisi ka koi bhi sawal ho, and if I'm within time, I'd be happy to take those. Please.
First of all, thank you. I think in different religions also, karma could mean different things, the lingo. So Buddhism and Hinduism, they have this theory of karma. Is it a belief, this karma theory, or the, let's say, the cyclic nature of life, or is it a truth? Even science is limited in its understanding, but if I really want to believe in it, but how, is it something one can believe in? One can, but then is it I still have the doubt.
So can you experience that you're speaking with me now?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you're performing the karma of speech. अगर मैं आपसे प्रेम से बात करती हूँ, तो this is some kind of karma. और अगर मैं आपसे बहुत गुस्से से बात करती हूँ, I am performing karma. अगर हम फ्यूचर की बात ना भी करें, तो जब मैं प्रेम से बात करती हूँ, तो मेरे अंदर क्या एक्सपीरियंस है? Settled, calm, peaceful, equanimous. और जब मैं reactive हो जाती हूँ तो मेरे अंदर क्या एक तूफान उठता है, हाथ पैर टाइट हो जाते हैं. What is my experience? I am burning up inside. That's why you'll find कि जब गुस्सा चढ़ता है तो चेहरा लाल हो जाता है, right? तो even performing speech, you are experiencing pain when you're angry, aren't you? And if you choose to be calm, then you're experiencing something different. तो हमें future karma जरूरी नहीं है. अभी में पता चल रहा है कि क्या हो रहा है. I can see Devika इशारा कर रही हैं, so I will just suggest to you, अगर आप, if you're truly interested in this subject, please read my book, 7 Karma Codes. It's available on Amazon, and it's 400 pages of karma knowledge. I hope it'll help you in some way.
And I've read many books on karma, including Sadhguru's book. I read Acharya Prashant's book. But how do you undo your past karma? I know there's a chapter there, and you talk about how do you suppose I did some wrong karma? How do you undo it? जैसे प्रवीण ने बोला charity से कर सकते हैं. You know, you can make your.
Yes, I think that's a very important question because many people ask this question. You have to burn karma's rope. तो पहली चीज तो है जो कर्मा का boomerang effect आता है हम पे. Like if we experience some lack or some pain or some tragedy in our life, can we do that with an even mind? सुखी मन से भुगतान बहुत जल्दी हो जाता है. Half the pain is amplified because we are so reactive to suffering, which is why I spoke about that. Your reactions, your destructive emotions will make that process even worse. So for example, अगर आपका भुगतान 10 units of karma currency है और उस पे आपके reaction 30 units और हो जाते हैं, तो आपका जीवन अभी इसी समय 40 negative units of karma currency हो गया. जहां पे आपका भुगतान तो सिर्फ 10 यूनिट था, आपने बढ़ा दिया ना. तो जितने शांत मन से अपनी सिचुएशन को एक्सेप्ट करोगे, दैट इज द रीजन आई स्पोक अबाउट सदा सुखी का ट्रू मीनिंग क्या है. पुराने कर्मों का भुगतान विदाउट रिएक्शन जल्दी होता है. और दूसरा ऑफ कोर्स build your positive karma balance, और उसमें सबसे बड़ा और powerful है authentic generosity. That preamble word is very जरूरी because बहुत सारे लोग बहुत सारे generous acts करते हैं पर उसमें hidden agenda होता है. If there's any hidden agendas, you're going to get no karma brownie points. पर जो चीज आप सच्चे मन से करते हैं because you want to bring peace, joy, help, support to another because you truly feel for them, you empathize with them, you feel driven to be part of improving their life circumstances, that will definitely burn past karma. Thank you, Mickey. Thank you very much.
One last question. This ma'am. Last question.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And my question is, ma'am, now everyone says that sleep is very important. Sleep is very important. Now, as being a working mother, if I see कि मेरे पास कब time मिलता है, सुबह जल्दी office जाना, 6 बजे वापस आना, then prepare the food, feeding to kid, and then उसकी study कराना. So basically, all the moms has this question actually. कि जब वो अपने बच्चे को सुला देती हैं, then we think, okay, now this is that time, then just have a look on social media. और जब वो हम have a look करते हैं, then it goes 1 hour, 2 hours. तो number one is कि इसको कैसे tackle करें. And second question is, this is also on behalf of almost every woman, कि we have some problem.
Okay, let me just quickly address that for you. Every time that you're browsing social media, you're actually escaping some suppressed pain because you have suppressed some emotion or some pain inside and you're seeking escape in mindless browsing. मैं recommend एक बहुत simple सा tool करूँगी कि सोने से पहले आप एक paper लीजिएगा और उस पे एक blank chessboard draw कीजिए. So just draw vertical and horizontal lines to represent a chessboard and ask yourself the question, what is worrying me now? और भरते चले जाइएगा वो squares जो बनते हैं. ठीक है? Automatically आपका subconscious mind in order of priority, it will vomit it out. आपने उस पेपर पे रख दिया और उसके नीचे आप लिखोगे, can I deal with this now? And if you can, you just have to say, okay, this is what I will do to handle this. If there is something that you can't deal with, say, I will address this at a later time. I'm parking it aside. You have cleansed the anxiety in your mind. You don't need to browse. अब चुपचाप से अगर अपने पिलो पे सिर रख के और कुछ भी चांट करो, अगर कोई मंत्र नहीं भी जपना तो सिर्फ से I am peaceful, I am peaceful, I am peaceful, I'm falling asleep. You will self-hypnotize yourself into a state of relaxation and fall asleep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Singh, for that session. Also, may I please request Dr. Ashish Ambasta to please present a token of love and appreciation to Ms. Singh. Sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, everybody, now is the moment. Thank you so much, sir, and ma'am as well. Also, to answer your question, ma'am, you had asked us on sleep. So the next session is on sleep, the key to a better well-being and need for incubators for wellness startup. And to take us into detail, we have with us Mr. Anteno Solar John and Ms. Harini Ramachandran. Both are the creators of Excellence Installations and founder of Anteno and Harini Legacy Accelerators. Joining them is Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a request to now it's my friend session. All of you are my friends. If there is nobody who's not my friend, I'll come up. We'll hug each other and you'll be my friend. So I'll request, Anteno is my friend for more than 7 odd years. I don't count days, but roughly 7 years I met him back. He's one of the few people who haven't lost any hair in spite of knowing me for 7 years. So I don't think I've given you enough stress. The other is Advait Swamiji, Acharya ji, Advait Acharya Advait Yog Bhushan ji. तो थोड़ा समय आपका कम करेंगे ताकि हम पूरा तो ऐसा और मिकी जी आप हैं मिकी लेकिन आप एलिफेंटाइन हैं इन योर प्रेजेंस तो मेरा आपसे I know you're from Chennai. I know your Hindi is very weak. If I started talking to you in Hindi, it'd be an entertainment act. So what I'm saying is we'll shorten our session, okay? And so let me first get your opening comments first from Harini and then from you, Anteno. Harini, in your company, I know your turnover. That means you see a lot of patients. You have a great team. And I have no problem saying that I know them. I actually called Anteno and Harini, you should apply. They're both under 40, but they don't think they can make it to the list, so they didn't apply. They got 8 of their colleagues to apply. So you should have confidence there. You shouldn't have confidence in each of you. But you see a lot of people, and they have an amazing team. Out of 8, a lot of them have won. And Luke told you how we run. Susie ji is there. You can ask her how we run the jury process. And so they see a lot of patients. Their team is amazing. How many of them face what they face because of sleep deprivation, because of the quality of sleep, because sleep leads to problems in relationships, in vitality, in making the right decision. If you don't sleep well, you munch on food, So give a sense of the number of people you see. Sleep seems, though they have a special vertical for sleep. And have you got people of apnea? There's a lot of sleep patients have apnea issues, right? Harini, tell us a bit about that.
Sleep is definitely one of the things that has come in the way of wellness and well-being for a lot of people. And the ones that don't sleep well is most of the time, there are several things surrounding sleep that may not be in order for them.
It could be their relationships. It could be something about their career, or it could just be a bad habit that they've developed. Or the mind is sort of seeking some sort of satiation, is not really satisfied at the end of the day. And or there might be something that's going on, and that's playing in the back of the mind. These are some of the things that come in the way of people sleeping really well. So in all of the work that we do, we're looking at every aspect of a person's life, whether it's their business or career, their health, their family, and their deeper calling from within, like what's the kind of legacy they want to create. And we look at fixing and capability development across all areas, and definitely sleep is one of the very
I'll come to what are the
core
tips you did.
verticals.
Just to give you a perspective, I think Harini and Antonio, Mr. Antonio Solar John, that's his full name, can tell you about what they do, but I'll tell you what I understand you do. I figured out now after a long time that what you do. But I'll tell you, as I told you, I called Jwalanji one day and he started Happy Ho, and I said, I'm having some emotional issue. I mean, I'm a regular person. May not come across, but I am. And he said, oh, why don't you go and see Antonio? Oh, and then I asked, he charges, I think at that time, 1 lakh rupee for a 40-minute session. I said, really? He said, yeah. So he gave me a discount, 25,000 rupees, I think, or 20,000 rupees. And I met him in a dark room here, not far off behind Hanuman Mandir. He was staying in a guest house. I came up to you and we spent time. And then did that session with him in Bombay at the Lalit, right? You may have forgotten, but I haven't. So they're on a company called A&H, Antino and Harini. That's very self-effacing, but they call it an installation company. So they have sleep experts, they have relationship experts, they have diabetes experts, they are very bright people, all A2 applied, they were rock stars, right? And now the jury process is over, so I'm not prejudicing anyone, right? And so they've built a very large business and they want to impact a very large number. So they started in NLP. That was the base of what they started in. And Antonio's personal story is that he was in an IT company and he wanted to be a musician and he couldn't sing well. So now he can sing well, and I'm going to ask him to sing a little bit at the end. But that's his story. And then Harini trained him, and she's a great singer too, right? And so they help people become the best version of themselves. And that sounds like a cliche, but it's not a cliche. They do help, and they're very deep in what they do, and that they will build a very large company and a very large impact doing what they do. So that's their background. So Antino, apart from sleep, what are the other issues people are facing? So if your team is looking at, say, 1,000 people in a month, what are the kind of issues people are facing? Give a sense of that.
Okay, so the nature of my personal work is to do the work that I haven't done before. And the nature of the work for my team is to scale the work that we have already done. So the first time I came across, when I was still a chief technology officer, the way all this started is because somebody in the US heard about me, and I was not even in this field, I'm a programmer. But he heard about me and he said, I met with a car accident, I'm an IIT graduate, my world has gone upside down. Can you do something? Can you help me get back my work? And I'm like, this is the most unusual and crazy request I can get. But then what
Other is me growing my hair. Antino, can you help me grow my hair?
That's actually easier than paralysis. No, because your cells are still intact, right? With paralysis, what happens is the nerve is cut. So one of the core values for me is even if I can't help someone, I'll always find someone who can do that. So given my background as a chief technology officer and the connections I had, I reached out to everybody in the world. I reached out to Deepak Chopra. I got everybody's email ID. I wrote to them. I said, there's this guy and he needs a solution. His life has come upside down in a moment. Can you help? And then graciously, Dr. John Grinder, the creator of NLP, he said, if you will help him, I will mentor you. And this has been
He's the creator of NLP. Neuralistic programming, right?
Yes. And this has been the journey so far. First it was paralysis, then it was divorce, then it was suicide.
You help people get divorced? Or
both?
Okay.
You won't believe how many people kill themselves because they can't get divorced. Yeah. And then it is autoimmune, now cancer pain. I mean, recently, Harni and I decided we're scaling up a business. Let's focus on what we already do, which is, so many things, as well as helping people launch a legacy. And then somebody out of the blue knocks and says, my father's on morphine, cancer, pain, can you do something? And I'm like, if I take my attention to help him, I'm taking away attention from my business. But we did it. We helped him get over the pain from cancer. And now that has become a new niche that an entrepreneur can disruptively help people who have cancer to get over the pain.
There's so many women who are medically fit, but they're unable to conceive despite, so many efforts, including IVFs, which have failed for their miscarriages.
And what is the reason? Because you've been doing this for at least 8 years that I know of. What is your diagnosis why this happens? You can't generalize. Everyone has their unique, reasons and conditions. But how do they use the important term called installation? So explain the concept of installations.
Okay, so let us say there are 1,000 different reasons.
Yeah, first time I met him, I thought he was a management consultant. He kept talking about jargon, installation. I said, Antino, cut to the chase. You need to help me in this. I can bullshit you on this bigger than you.
So I put him to sleep and did the rest of the work.
First of the time I met him, I told him, I have a rule that I follow. And that's why I never bullshit you, Dr. Mickey Mehta. Never bullshit a bigger bullshitter. Right? I told him, don't get to the chase. Tell me, man, I've come to you for this. Right? So, Susie ji, I seeked all kind of things in that phase. I met you.
You remember the work we did, Anurag? Actually, you were sleeping when I was working with you.
Yes, I went to sleep. It's amazing. Of course, I believe in, and I really benefited from what he did. And so tell us about installation.
So Anurag, so when someone is not able to conceive, there could be 1,000 reasons, and I'm not exaggerating it. 1,000 reasons. The problem with the approach today in various modalities, they try to oversimplify it and say it's reason 1, reason 2, reason 3. So if a person could have 1,000 different reasons, I think it's a party.
What is this voice? Prashant, Tanvi, what is this voice? Okay, thank you, sir.
So this happens within conceiving, right? The body wants to do something, and then the rest of the system is doing something else. Noise. A lot of people don't conceive because there's noise. Noise in hormones, noise in mental abilities. So how do you teach the people to focus on what matters, even when there is noise? That's installations. That's part of installations. Is how can you quickly identify out of the 1,000 things, the few things that matter and fix it?
Prashant, can you deal with this noise? Because I'm getting distracted. I can only do one thing at a time. And it's now happened for like 3 minutes. Either you change the event manager. What is this echo? Whatever it is, can we shut it for a moment? You are disturbing the whole event, my friend. Either it's external or internal, but anyway. Yes, Anthony.
But this is life on the rug. This is what happens. This is what happens with conceiving. People have noise that they need to shut down and teach their body the right hormonal balance, the right way to focus, the right relationship to have. And for different people, it's different noise. How do you identify and insulate? That's installations. Because there could be 1,000 different things. And if you can be precise about this is what is stopping this person from conceiving, then you can fix it. So it's more the diagnostics than the work.
That's personalized predictive intelligence
Personalized predictive intelligence.
as to what has to happen for this person to get the outcome.
So for over the next 12 to 24, 30 months, what is A&H installations, kind of goal? How many people do you want to impact? What is the size of your team right now?
We are going to impact 20 million people. So we have 20 incubated businesses, and each of them are impacting 1 million people. That's the vision. So just IVF, for example, the alternate to IVF. IVF is $1 trillion business. There's a single hospital in Australia that makes $1 billion in revenue. That's how much people want to conceive and they're not able to. And Excellence Installations has gotten 3 times more success rate. No hormonal challenges, peaceful.
95% success.
That's one industry.
I must invest with you guys.
You must.
Yes. I want to rob a bank tomorrow. Tell me just which one has money. But on the serious note, I believe in you guys. And hopefully, whatever joke I may be cracking, I may follow through on that. But coming back, what can individuals do? And, I don't know astrology, but I know a bit about because so I meet people and say, I'm an astrologer, show me their hand. So I look at their hand and tell them, 3 things I tell them. First, you're not doing as well as you should have done. And most people
That's called cold reading. That's not astrology.
They can do better than, So the serious question there is, how can people become the best version? How can they realize? Second is, I tell them, you have stomach issues. So most people have gut issues. Most, I'm not, these days, people eat out, eat on. Third, I tell them, you're having some relationship issues. And a lot of people seem to be having relationship. So some people can actually tell me, oh, you got all three right. Tell me more. But how can one fix the issue of punching below your weight, achieving your potential personally and professionally? Second is your health, and gut health is a very important part of it. And third is fixing your relationship. Between these three, it covers everything.
Integrated life outcomes, Anurag.
How?
So the problem is people today go to specialists to fix special things. You know, if you have a gut problem, go to somebody. If you have a relationship problem, go to somebody. But you got to build a car in a factory. You have to. You know, that's why back then, even in the medicine field, you used to have generalists. You walk into the clinic and they have a guess of what's wrong with you. Today, you go to a super specialist, they do 100 scans and it takes forever to find out.
Well, how did you disappear? You know, you made this car disappear of Blossom Coaches. She was coming to meet you and her car disappeared. How did you do
You know,
that?
making a car disappear is simpler than making memories disappear from a person's body and mind. External installations can do that too.
On a serious note, again, at the price point that you're priced, it makes it unaffordable for a lot of people to do that.
So, Anurag, so we charge, say, anywhere between 10 to 20 lakhs. But that's really dependent on how big is the legacy vision. We charge so much for legacy. You want to create your legacy. What's the value you're willing to put on your legacy?
Some people are too young to think about their legacy.
No. We've had people who are 16 years old who are trying to create their legacy. I have a college dropout who's impacting so many people.
To go and have fun, eat ice cream, go to McDonald's, play games.
Integrated life outcomes, you're still doing that. You don't need to compromise on any aspect of your life to create a legacy, and you don't need 40 years. You can time compress it to 2-3 years.
Okay, this question to both of you. See, you got lots of successful cases. Tell us about one or two cases where you were unsuccessful and that made you think about what you do.
Okay, so the biggest challenge we had, Anurag, is one guy who came for alcoholic problem. Okay,
I mean,
so we worked with so many alcoholics, but this guy taught us something about our business, and it changed everything for us. So we used to charge back then. So we used to charge lots for legacy, but simple things like addictions, we used to charge thousands of rupees, like 1,000 rupees, 4,000 rupees. And this guy paid 4,000 rupees for quitting over alcohol. And he was so upset that we're charging 4,000. And I couldn't understand. Hey, like, you know,
you could buy 4 bottles in 4,000 rupees.
Yeah. And he's like, how can you be upset for paying 4,000 to get over alcohol?
I mean, he thought it was less or more.
Pardon me?
He thought it was a humongous price.
It was a humongous
4,000
4,000.
Years back
yeah.
then,
Back
about 8 years.
So that's when we realized that an alcoholic may not know what we know about them. That the moment they stop, their life will change, their income will change, their relationships will change. So Harini and I initially started out thinking we're going to create an army of NLP practitioners because we saw this works and we trained 100 people, they could do change work. But then what we realized is people sometimes lack wisdom. Like we stopped being a genie and we said we'll be an angel, which is you can tell a genie, make an earthquake over here, it'll make an earthquake here, but is it good for that person? I had a guy who came and asked me to help him stop procrastinating. And if I did that, he was procrastinating and he asked me, can you do some magic or NLP magic? He did a lot. And he said, can you do your NLP magic and help me stop procrastinating? I said, yes, but you might have a heart attack.
Harini, I know you've coached him because I've talked to you guys many times and got him to sing. When you know, what you did, together did and what you did to him kind of brought his ambition, his dream of singing. I mean, that was what got him to do what he did, apart from the story with someone. So tell me, what did you discover doing this with him?
It was relatively easier to do this with Antonio than, other people, because I've noticed Antonio is inherently driven, and we function from the base that any human can learn anything. If you have the right set of capabilities that will help you learn fast, it makes it easier. So with Antonio, fortunately, he was already trained on NLP modeling, which is the art of getting into a know-nothing state. And if there's a genius in front of you or anybody who's really good at anything, how can you just be in their presence and do such a powerful second position with them in a way that you can feel in your body what they are feeling. And I just had to go and do more and more of my art. I had to just create a context where I was performing and he was around, and then later give a context where we could do this together more often.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you,
the primary
Harini.
thing.
I just want to let you go by asking, how do you equip yourself for the future? How do you constantly fill your own glass? How do you keep pace with what's happening? Especially we're talking of wellness in a digital era. So how do you make sure you stay ahead of others, you stay ahead of yourself, you stay out of the new addictions that are coming? How do you prepare yourself for the future so that you're equipped to help your patients?
So, Anurag, I think no matter where you reach in your life, there's always another bar of excellence. And that's what excellence really means, because once you've reached that bar, it's become your average now. And I think everybody in their lifetime, in about 10 to 15 years, go from one bar of excellence to another. Our job for people is to time compress that from 15 years to 2-3 years. And we kind of do the same thing for ourselves. We are always looking at how can we evolve ourselves to the next level of excellence. And more importantly, one of the methods we use is called rarity completion. We call it as rarity completion. So it's like let's say you have like a semicircle, and you know that if this puzzle of the piece fits in, it's going to take everything you have 10 times more. So how do you strategically identify what completes and enhances your rarity? So it builds into your strength, but adds on exponentially.
So our approach is identifying what set of capabilities will help complete rarity in a way that if they can create this much impact, now they can create this much impact because we've helped complete their rarity. With rapid skill development, like a CXO has spent 40 years to get to where he has. But let's say he wants to create 10x more impact, he needs a different set of capabilities in addition to what he already has. He can't take another 40 years to get there. Our job is to reverse engineer and identify what set of capabilities, and fortunately, we have the technology to rapidly create capabilities in people, and it's different for different people, and that's where the predictive intelligence piece comes in. Because the capability development for a 14-year-old is different from somebody who's a CXO, is different from somebody who wants to impact 1 million lives doing something very specific. And each one's life experiences have been so unique. So where do you spend your time and how do you evolve is the consultative piece of excellence installation. And we have the technology to make it.
Thank you so much. You're great talent, you're great partners, entrepreneurs as you call them, or preneurs as I call them. So congratulations, Antino and Harini. I know we'll see more of you. I promise you, you'll see a lot of Antino and Harini in the future and A&H. I promise you. So congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
All the best. I'm not letting anyone ask questions because we have the Acharya Advait Yog Bhushanji, and he's again a leader. He's very young, but he is sometimes worry about his age. I think it's 67 years or 86 years because with the wisdom and the things that he brings, he's a yogi who never ages, but he's a very young man. Again, he studied abroad. Come again? Sister BK Shivani is here. I can't see her. She's wearing a Mr. India gadget. She's sitting. We acknowledge your presence and we look forward to your session. Most of the people have come here to listen to me and then listen to you. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. I hope you will forgive me. Okay, but on a serious note, please give Sister BK Shivani a very big round of applause. She should be welcome. So thank you, Antino and Harini. We'll let you go and we'll see you during the awards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And I would like to hold you back on stage for another few seconds. We have a special token of appreciation coming for you. So I would like to invite Your Eminence, the 8th Palga Shaw Kyung, to kindly join us and give a token of appreciation to our speakers for the last session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause going on. Talking about one of the most important and prominent aspect of well-being, that is sleep, that this session focused on. Thank you so much for all the technical innovations that you do in the space to ensure that people sleep better. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to the next session. Now, spirituality has been the buzzword for the last decade, let's say. Everybody is becoming more and more spiritual, and there are various ways people define spirituality in. For me, it's connecting to my own true self, to who I am really, and to connect to the higher consciousness, higher power. For you, it could be something else. And that is what our next session is going to be talking about. The topic for the next session is spirituality and how it is related to your well-being. And ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, in the morning, Preeti talked about the 8 aspects of well-being. And out of those, one dimension is spirituality. So let's take this session very, very seriously like the rest of those. And I would very happily and very gracefully like to invite our panel speakers for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Advait Yogbhushan from Sacred Science teacher and the founder and director of Swapnarupan Foundation to join us on stage. And I would like to invite Mr. Uday Pratap Singh, assistant editor for News X, to join us for a fireside chat with Advait ji here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a thunderous round of applause talking about spirituality and how it helps you to attain a better state of well-being. Welcome you, sir. Please take your seat. Over to you, Uday. Thank you.
Harun, welcome, namaskar, and thanks so much to all of you assembled over here in the National Capital, and of course those watching us online on BW's digital platforms, and of course also live on NewsX and NewsX YouTube. It's a very special session that we've all assembled here for, and before we begin this very topical session, I want to quickly introduce the individual sitting on the stage beside me. Advait Yogbhushan ji. Acharya Advait Yogbhushan ji is a luminary yogi, theosophist, and a Vedic science teacher. He also holds 2 master's degrees, one in yoga and the other in English literature. His life's work has been about intensive research on human body, yogic anatomy, Vedic science formulas and their relationships with every tangible and intangible aspect of life. Advait ji has healed more than 4,000 people who were suffering from chronic disorders and created 600 yoga teachers as well, not just in India, but around the globe. Let's have another warm round of applause for Acharya ji. We'll be speaking mainly on the science of yoga. Is it the simplest way to practice well-being and spirituality? So great to have you, of course.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Anurag ji and all the respected people who are speakers here, who are the listeners. Seriously, I'm so grateful to be in between such people to whom I have been watching. Shivani ji is sitting there. We have been listening her. Mr. Gaur Gopaldas ji, I was expecting him. He's not here by the now. Your Eminence and all other teachers who shared everything, it's like about spirituality and yoga, mindfulness, holistic approaches. I seriously thank you so much. And to Anurag ji for taking this step, for bringing all the people, such respected people under this roof and making this event happen. I seriously thank you so much. And I also want to take liberty from every person sitting here. When I will explain something or I will speak about something, I may go a little blunt. I may speak Hindi. That's how I feel more comfortable with. And I think everybody here can understand properly like Hindi, familiar with the language also. And if I go against with somebody, those who have already spoken here, please accept my apologies because there are concepts. My whole life have been about studying. When I got, when I was chosen by Stephen's College in Delhi. Before that, I was like, my family's bread and butter was going on a pension. My mother was getting a pension. My father was in army, and he left us when we were in like 3rd standard. So I always worried about just one thing. My mother's supposed to say just one thing: "Pad le, to kuch ho jayega. Else, sab gadbad rahega. You are the hope." So all I did is that, and I was like, whenever I was scoring a little bit in my school, I was like jumping here and there, and then again she was supposed to say, "Tota chana bajya gana." It means, the grain which is empty from within, it makes more sound. So those people don't have much inside. They shout a lot. They speak a lot. They don't make any sense. They talk illogical things, and this was not me. So I was always reading, studying as much as I can, possibly. So on an average, like sometime I was even going through 100 books in a year, or maybe more than that. And one day, it's like I reached after like, somehow I got a chance to be in Africa. And there is a person to whom I call my guru. I was telling to somebody, he is supposed to date different women every day through Tinder. And I was supposed to see him as my guru. And he was supposed to ask me to smoke Havana cigars and offer me alcohols in the house. And I was living in a president ke sale ke ghar mein. I was living in a very lavish house also at that time. So I was thinking, okay, it's like Guru is asking, we can take it for granted. We can, we can just have it if he's asking. But there was something clinging within me, that the things which I have been studying in Upanishads, Kathopanishad and Taittiriya were the first scripts or textures which I was introduced to after gaining enough from modern science and modern education, after going through Stephen's and after studying political science. I got introduced to yoga because of a reason. So I went through an accident which made me like 46% disabled. And I was not able to walk. This joy is still like giving me that voice. Pura niche se upar tak, rods aaya, sab kuch aaya. And I was crying. Every day I was asking my, God. Every day I was asking my mother, people, great people like spiritual leaders of our nation. I was reaching everybody and asking, why just this happened to me? Maine aisa kaun sa itna cheetiyan mar diya, so that I have to go through this pain. After studying good, after being a nice kid, and after having a good health, how I ended up having this accident, how I ended up going through so many tragedies in life. So I was seeking answers through the concept of karma, Gita, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Yugas, Hinduism, Jewish, every culture. Yes. I was not stick to Hinduism, or I was not stick to Bible, I was not stick to Quran. So I was looking answers, and the day I realized, okay, this is something not superstitious, good moralistic thing. Speak good, love beyond senses, forgiveness. This doesn't work out actually. This doesn't work out that much. This work out to all the bankrupt people and all the frustrated and stressed people. This doesn't work to those people who wants to be more creative and wants to be more impactful in the world. Yes. Those who wants to do something really for the human consciousness, and those who really want to evolve the human creature. So I was more worried about not to become a peaceful and moralistic teacher. We were supposed to have moral science in 6th standard. They were supposed to teach the discipline, how to behave with elders, how to behave with youngsters, how to do this and that. Apna ji laga ke baat karo, ye sab, everything was there, but it was not impressing me. I was not impressed because I was disabled. When I was sitting with a person and I was eating my food, it was coming out from one side. So it was weird for me. When I was walking and I was seeing beautiful girls around me, they were not looking at me anymore because I don't have abs now. I've gone through an accident, you see. So I was like, how come this happened? Jabda toota, pair toota, everything. If there is any magic on this planet in yoga, if yoga is even 1% genuine, it has to work upon me because it says कि वो मरे हुए को भी वापस ले आता है, पुराने जन्मों के भी कर्मों को ठीक कर देता है. You see, it's like it has to do.
और आप देख सकते हैं योगा का असर.
So
योगा का असर.
Okay. So it's like too much intellectual, too much botheration also, but too much intellectual. हर चीज में I was just seeking logics. If you are illogical, I will not listen to you for 1 second. I will sleep. I was like that, totally egoistic in my intellect and trying to seek. The day I read something, when I was going through Taittiriya Upanishad, maybe some Vedantic scholars are here. Anyone here? Okay, nobody's here. I would not make any sense by saying that then. So it says Pythagoras theorem. Another formula I went through. It says how to come up with the circumference of a circle without pi. Then I come up with something. I was like in Rishikesh. Rishikesh तो सबने सुना है ना, सारे योगी वही रहते हैं. मैं 30,000 रुपए लेकर घर से भाग गया, disabled. I want to find a yogi on this planet, maybe mostly like mainly in India, who can recover me from my disability. That's it. I will give my life. You know, we always do. Many people keep saying that, na? Whenever they are stressed, we will give your life, just recover it. So I was also like that. I had enough, I did not have enough money, but I had this body, I had this commitment from my tongue. I will sacrifice my whole life for the sake of whatever you will ask me, just recover me as I was before. If there is a possibility, because doctors asked me, you cannot play basketball anymore. He asked me, you cannot jump off a wall anymore. They asked me to remain depressed and to accept the disability I carry physically, not mentally. Mentally can be gone away. It's like you had a relationship issue and tomorrow you are going to meet a much more smart and handsome man and you are going to sleep again. So it's like the stress will go out. That is not necessarily going to stay for a long time. Yes. It is for sure. Yeah. But a physical disability. The one who said here, no, I don't remember the name. The one who said that physical is not that important is absolutely wrong. Your mind is your physicality.
Yes.
Your central nervous system is totally dependent on your peripheral nervous system. The imprints you are getting on your body is directly going to your brain. And then how your brain is working, that's called your samskara. So in sleep also, some people were talking about sleep. Science is going on. When you are sleeping and when you're dreaming, you are creating sanskara. You are giving things to your mind. You are not letting it be, it's like calm for a while. Let me give you an example for something good. Eating is good. Drinking is good. Working out is good. Who can do that for 8 hours regularly? Anybody here? 10 hours continuously? Nobody can do that because science has proven you need rest. Your digestion needs rest. You cannot have sex continuously for a whole day. No matter if you keep your cell phones at intervals. Yes, you cannot have it. No matter how much pleasure it gives you. And yes, अगर आप उपासना करना चाहते हैं, you have to control it. If you don't control it, it means you are losing the most eminent, most prominent heat within you. A heat which has the ability to give life. And you are not allowing this heat to become enough eligible for you so you can perform well while having sex. So if you are having it every day, if you are not, it's like thinking about upasana in the right way, neither you will be able to perform nice in a relationship or a marriage ever, and nor you will be ever be sorted from your mind.
Okay.
So it's confusing.
No, that's a great point, of course, you made. But I can see now they're flashing times up. So I'll ask you to quickly conclude, and then I'll ask you two follow-up questions.
Then I should not speak.
No. I'll ask you to quickly conclude. I'll give you a minute to conclude.
Okay, so it's pausing thing. When you want to recover from the thoughts, I guarantee you, I give you my words, there is no person on this planet, never born and will never born in the future also, who can forget the past. There is no way to forget the past. There is no way to eradicate a memory out of your cells, out of your genes, out of your brain. Once you have gone through a tragedy or a fortune, you will remember it for your whole life. The only way is to understand it. And that is only possible when you put yourself exactly in that alignment in which humans are supposed to be. That's it. That's the only way. If you shift your alignment of your body, then the chemistry will start working properly. Testosterone will work properly. Dopamine, dimethyltryptamine will properly. Endorphins will properly. You don't feel stress. You don't want to, but you still get. You don't want to get angry, but still you get it, because some imbalance is there, and imbalance is not because of the chemicals and you cannot access them. It's because aapke hips bhi tede ho gaye hain. You know that you are sitting like that zigzag. When you bend down, aapko pata nahi hai, you are bending from your lower back, which is responsible for your sexual health. If you start bending from your lower back, you become important. You have issues with the wife, you have issues with the husband, then you become stressed. No medicine can recover it. No yoga can recover it until and unless you shift your alignment back and the separations are removed. You know, compressions are removed, and then the functioning takes place. Then you'll be happy by yourself, simply. You don't have to do anything for that. So it should not be like the pursuit of happiness. It should be like you need to work something that the happiness come by itself.
Well,
you know, you don't have to.
आप ही जीता जागता scientific example है yoga का सही posture का. But I have to ask you very quickly, and now I think we've completely run out of time. So rapid fire, 2 questions to you, short, crisp answers. One, how do you define well-being? Today we are of course at the Wellbeing Conclave, the Wellbeing Summit. How do you define
There are
well-being?
2 terms in the world nowadays, and people get very popular if they say good definition of these 2 words now. You know, they become very rich very fast. So people ask, what is enlightenment and well-being? These 2 things are there. People have many stories to tell you behind these 2 terms. Simply, let me tell you, Ronaldo is enlightened in football. No matter if you get enlightened spiritually, you cannot play better football than Ronaldo ever in your life. So, yes, I know you can do many things. So, we are just one step behind to get sorted. Enlightenment simply means to be sorted in life. If you are sorted in your subject, in your stream, in the air, in different sector you are working, it means spiritual alignment is not required then. Ronaldo actually doesn't need that. You know, until and unless he stopped liking what he is doing. So he is not, everybody, I believe that everybody is enlightened. और ये जो लोग कहते हैं ना कि ध्यान करना है, मैं इनको करेक्ट कर देना चाहता हूं. ध्यान लगाना नहीं है, ध्यान को हटाना है. आपका एक्स्ट्रा चीजों पे ध्यान लग गया है, उसको हटाना ही है, किसी चीज को लगाना नहीं है. आप प्लीज ये स्टॉप कर दीजिए that you want to meditate over something new now. Again you are creating more samskara. Well-being क्या है? जब मैंने बताया enlightenment का मतलब है sorted रहना, बस उतना ही, इससे ज्यादा नहीं. वो फिर मैं अब यहाँ पर कोई खोपड़ी रख लूं, उसमें राख डाल लूं और फिर पुनर्जन्मों की बातें करूं, that gonna scare you so much and you have to donate so much fund to my foundation. Yes, I'm telling you honestly. But the only thing is that those people genuinely doing it, it's not a slow process. It's not a slow process to, you know, align yourself and, you know, eradicate things out of your mind.
You've spoken, of course, about a slow process, and I'll ask you my last concluding question.
Well-being means.
Do you believe yoga, well-being? Okay.
Well-being means, let me answer first what I asked. Okay. So well-being simply means you are not bothered mentally or physically. You can do whatever you want from your mind and you can do whatever you want from your body. If you are not doing it, stress will come in any
You're not
form.
practicing.
Any.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So dhyan lagao nahi, dhyan hatao, as you said. Okay. Last concluding question then. I have to ask you, as you said, it's a slow process, but is the fastest, the most simplest way to practice well-being yoga?
I got it. So no point. How many more people will take birth now? You know, it's like I concluded my work like that. I took birth for the refinement of education of yoga or the Vedic science. I am no one. I am no above than Patanjali. I am no above than P.K. Shivani ji. I am more below, less experienced, doesn't have anything yet now. But a step towards refinement is always necessary. So when I say refinement, I recall some sutras out of Yoga Darshana. Yoga Darshana means the philosophy of yoga. There is a difference between philosophy and darshan also. Darshan is, I am seeing you. This is clear. This is by Patanjali now, which he have experienced, witnessed in front of him. He says about asana. You know, people think about doing booty yoga, this yoga, that yoga nowadays. I was in Europe for a time. I even saw wine yoga. I even saw very weird kind of yogas I have seen there. So I ran back. I just ran back and came to the country where I took birth. When he says, there is a great science behind, I can write the whole, it's like novels or whole books and science researchers about this one sutra. He says, sthiram. He says, sukham and asanam. When he says sthiram, he means stability. Stability, when you want to attain an alignment of any posture inside you, it means you are not working on the fascia, you are not working on the skin, you are not working on the muscles, you are actually working on the organs which are going to be responsible for the balance of the hormones inside your body. They are going to release something which is going to create a balance or imbalance. Yeah. When he say sukham, he means when you are stable, you are happy also. You are not like mara mujhe chodo main chala. Not that kind of yoga. Okay, so mostly people are doing in the form of hot yoga, power yoga, this yoga. Bullshit. All bullshit. Clear
and
bullshit.
Unscientific.
Yes, unscientific. Like it can even harm you.
Okay.
It can bother you more. You know, it can give birth to ahankara inside you. See, some people go on their hands and they never come down now. Until and unless they crash.
Yep.
They are just walking on it, impressing women, impressing men everywhere, here and there, and just shows are also going on. Nowadays, the culture has coming up like that. Commercialization is good, but it has coming up like that. Ki yoga mein bhi competition karo.
Right.
When you want to unite with the self, what is the competition in that? Who will unite fast?
Yeah.
That is the thing happening. So when he says Sthiram, Sukham, Asanam, jahan sthirta hogi, jahan sukh hoga, वो आसन कहलाएगा. और हर एक आसन एक भाव को संतुलित करने के लिए बनाया गया था. तभी तो वो बोलते थे वीरभद्र. आप वीरभद्र मतलब you will start feeling like a warrior if you are. I was going to use a very bad phrase. I am sorry, but when you are literally like a rat running here and there, don't know what to do in life,
the rat
then
race,
you need to ignite something within you.
Okay.
ऐसे ही उन्होंने सोच समझ के जब बहुत पहले का समय था, उस बहुत पहले के समय में मेरे जितना उन्होंने बोलना जरूरी नहीं समझा, but they gave all the signs. So I felt like if nobody is going to speak for this, then it will be totally manipulated. It should be commercialized very highly. Yoga must be commercialized. If we won't do it, Westerners will do it.
Okay.
Faster than us, and they are going to seriously become what you have no idea. Absolutely. They're coming here for 1 month, going back, spreading what you have no idea. So being Indians, I request to every youngster here, every youngster, okay, Anurag ji also, start practicing yoga, make it your profession, make it your business. I had recently a word with the most powerful leader of our nation, I'm solving to right now. I asked him, I want to do some business where I should invest. He said that go and invest in the alternate medicines. That's it. I mean, it's yoga in Ayurveda. So I think I made some sense.
Be India, make in India, and listen to India as well. And we just heard a quick snapshot of that. Okay, well, this is a conversation that we can continue, of course, to the evening because it's fascinating listening to Advait ji. But we'll have to wrap up now. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's have a warm round of applause for Acharya Advait Yog Bhushan ji.
Thank you so much, Yog Bhushan ji and Mr. Singh. May I please request Daksha Bhardwaj and Bhardwaj Associates and founder Vedic Research Foundation to please present a love of token and appreciation to Yog Bhushan ji. Everybody, a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Yog Bhushan ji and sir. And now moving on with the next session, Mind is a Medicine. We have Dr. Mickey Mehta, global leading holistic health guru and a corporate life coach. And joining him is Dr. Anurag Batra, once again, chairman and editor-in-chief, PW Business World and a founder, Exchange for Media. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them.
Please give Dr. Mickey Mehta a big round. He's been here since morning, adding value to the conversation. And Sister Shivani is there. Shri Gaur Gopal Das ji will join us after Sister Shivani's address. And then there's the awards. So Mickey, all yours. The rat he was referring to is not you.
No, I
He's referring to somebody other rat.
Obviously.
You are Mickey Mehta.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
yours, Mickey, and then I'll do a fun.
Okay, come sit next to me.
Clap. You get free workshops from everyone, 1 hour time with every speaker. So if you can clap, please. Clapping is good for heart muscles. Thank you for bringing the energy. And thank you, Acharya Advait Yog Bhushan ji, for your honest and authentic input. Mickey, you've been here since the morning. Your opening comments and what do you have to say?
My opening comments that Anurag, you are fantabulous. And thank you, Dr. Kothari, for coming, for me especially. So mind is medicine and mind can become medicine. And for which I'd like to have affirmatory lines. Hogi shanti charo, hogi shanti charo, hogi shanti charo, ek din मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, होगी शांति चारों ओर एक दिन. Okay, guys.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Okay, guys. जो मन का मारा वो मनुष्य, जो प्रकृति से पूरा होता है, वो पूरक होता है, वो पूरा होता है, वो पुरुष उत्तम होता है, शायद वही पुरुषोत्तम राम होता है. Now, this is a metaphor for Ram, a complete man, a total man, a man who's dissolved in here, now. योग की एक परिभाषा है, जो मन की भी एक परिभाषा है, जो वेस्टर्न साइंस ऐसे बोलती है, acausal, non-local, energy and information, with self-referral, cybernetic feedback loops. Oh my God, complication. बट योग की दूसरी परिभाषा है जो हमारे योग सूत्र में लिखा है और हमारे योगियों ने बताया है कि स्वयं में होना, स्वयं में स्थित, स्वयं में उपस्थित, स्वयं में होना और स्वयं को होने देना. अरे दही जमने दो यार. When you take milk and little yogurt and mix it, leave it for 12 hours. Let it be, let it go. अगर बीच में चम्मच घुमाओगे तो दही जमेगा नहीं. कर्म का सिद्धांत पूरा यहां नलिफाई हो जाता है. होना और होने देना. Being and becoming. In being is your seeing. श्वास की दूसरी एक परिभाषा है स्वयं में आस्था. मन की भी दूसरी परिभाषा है आस्था, स्वयं में आस्था. सो श्वास से बने स्वर, स्वर से बने सूर. सूर अगर संगत में हो तो बने संगत और वो सुरीला संगत बनता है संगीत. Your health can become music for you should you just let go of your mind. So when mind is, you are not. When you are not, mind is. It's a paradox. ये विरोधाभास है. Zen says that empty your mind and mind the emptiness. Be aware of the emptiness, to be spontaneous, to be intelligent, to connect with the intelligentsia. And yes, there are methods to do that. If you just can't be and let go of everything. Somebody asked someone this morning, how do we let go? The simplest way of letting go is just first breathe out. When a baby first comes out mother's womb, struggling through the vaginal canal, lapping up the amniotic fluid, it first screams and cries. That is letting go. That's the first lesson of life. If you don't let go, you will not be able to breathe in easy and in rhythm. And if your rhythm is not in place, your hriday will go off. ये जो डमरू है शिव का, वो सांस के द्वारा चलता है. So let's take a deep breath and let go. Now, when you let go, not just physical being releases tensions from your musculoskeletal system, but your constricted endocrine also releases. आपकी जठर अग्नि को भी हवा मिलती है. मन भी छूटता है, भावनाएं भी टूट जाती है और एक सफाई सी हो जाती है. So once again, let go. Breathing. Let your diaphragm move 12 to 13 centimeters. Let all 5 lobes of your lung be refilled. Tao says that till you empty, you will not be able to refill. Let go. और मैक्सिमम मन की शांति, माइंड इज मेडिसिन, तब होती है जब आप हंसते हो. बर्फी. Okay, so we'll practice this hasya. Hoo, hoo. Ha, ha. Now let's look at each other and laugh. जब हंसोगे तो फंसोगे नहीं. हंसोगे तो फंसोगे नहीं. And letting go is releasing the constriction, the tightness जो हमारा शरीर सिकोड़ चुका है. उसको एक फैलाव चाहिए, उसको एक बहाव चाहिए. योग एक बहाव है. योग opens up spaces, and especially yoga works on akasha. So we have 5 vayus in our human body, in our human system. The first vayu is prana, जो सारे सृष्टि का संचालन करता है. हमें भी थोड़ा भेंट में मिलता है, हम उसकी ऊर्जा समेटते हैं. Second vayu is व्यान वायु, जो हमारे हृदय को चलाता है. The word rhythm etymology has come from हृदय. संस्कृत सिर्फ एक भाषा नहीं है, एक विज्ञान है. संसार की कीर्ति, संस्कृत, संस्कारा, संसार. Of course, Sanskrit is complete when you engage your epiglottis and your polyvagal nerves. So, coming to the point, let's hum and let go. Release. Kothari Sahib, before your sexual release, this release is very important. Otherwise, this won't happen. It is very important to let go emotionally.
Okay, Mickey, because you and me are between Sister Shivani's talk, which all of us, we're looking for your talk also. I'll ask you one question and take one or two from the audience before.
Yeah, sure.
So, let me ask you, if you had to, with this increased awareness of immunity, health, mental well-being, the integrative aspects of lifestyle, what are your top 3 predictions for the next 2-3 years? You know, these days, Ayuda, 5 years, 10 years, I don't look that much into the future. So
yeah. So my answer is a little paradoxical. Who am I to predict anybody's future? And no astrology can actually predict. They can only give you probability amplitude.
Okay, trends.
Okay, trends. So now that in the digital awareness life, we all know that science and energy is random. This randomness of energy can be put to shape with human consciousness. Only man has the potential to rise above gods and fall below animals. So humans will get this potential once again, because social media will make humans aware once again of this potential energy of consciousness. Krishna, Christ, Muhammad, Mahadev, Zarathustra, Buddha, they were all humans, and they became gods because they nurtured, they blossomed, they nourished themselves. So the trend of the future is either a man will become a saint or a Satan. The power of social media, the power of digital life, the power of technology will either give rise to new world or destroy the world completely. But coming to the trends, yes, wisdom is available on platter, but to metabolize wisdom should be an art.
Thank you so much. I'll take 2 questions so that we really keep to time. Any questions from anyone? Yes, Chandni. I have good memory, Badam khata hu.
Can I just say it's such an honor to have, to be able to ask you a question. When it comes to any kind of improvement or any kind of thing that you want to achieve in life, I do believe that consistency is key. But sometimes, why is it that we go through a burnout even after setting an intention of, let's say, becoming a healthier person, let's say meditating every day? We do it for a couple of days, but then to keep doing it, the consistency of it, what's the magic? What's the secret of being consistent in life?
This is what Anurag Batra has, focus. Laser, the acronym for laser is light, amplified, surgically emitted radiation, pinpoint focus. That's number one. People were talking about destiny. Destiny certainly is an open phenomena. Till today, till now, this was my destiny. From here and then, I will make my destiny. We human beings have two legs to walk towards it, hands to make it, a mind to perceive it, a heart to believe in it, and a consciousness to achieve it.
Thank you. Can I give you my answer? You know, I have no hair, I don't have mustache, I don't wear a leather shoes, leather jacket. But I'll tell you, a lot of people ask me, why do I work so hard? Well, I'm driven. But I'll tell you, I give them a simple answer. One, I have responsibilities. I have 300 people whose salary. Second, I have dreams and aspirations. So if you want to get somewhere, you will have to be consistent and you have to be disciplined. You know, I think consistency and discipline. I'm moving, you know, in the last 60, 70 days, I have lots of great colleagues that I work. Devika, Soumyaji, Aparna ji is here, you know, she's our director of sales. But I'm moving to a different level. Lots of people are happy because I am in my mind, want to build $1 billion in revenue company. You know, I want to be the largest media company in the business space. That's what I want to be. So I'll have to be. So if you want to achieve something, you have to then be disciplined and consistent. So it depends on what you want. Life is a trade-off, right? So it's about your priorities. Consistency comes from having the right priorities. That's what I believe. And I'm saying it, I mean, that's what I believe in a very simple way. One more question. Yes, the lady here. Please give us your name and how much money do you have in your Swiss bank account? No, kidding.
My name is Shobha Tahil Ramani. So Swiss account, I can't tell you right now. Okay, Dr.
I'll
Mickey
ask Baba
Mehta.
Ramdev. He's been promising for 8 years.
Okay, tell me.
Yeah, Dr. Mickey Mehta, I have one very small question, meaning like whenever we feel sad and I want to convert into the laughter. So if there is a one
Watch the
small,
Sharma show.
that I do. So small tip, meaning I understand it intellectually, but now I want to just switch my mood. So what do I do?
You know, nature is the best healer. One of the modalities of healing is stopping everything that you're doing and go close to open air, sunlight, open sky, greens, chirping of the birds, sound, touch, smell, taste, vision. Or shut your eyes, let go everything and visualize nature. You will immediately be the disruptor. You will break the pattern of distress and stress, and you will de-stress. So, you know, I mean, a great poet, William Blake, comes to my mind. We are led to believe a lie when we see from and not through the eyes, for we are born in the night to be perished in the night, while our souls rest in the beams of light. So you're missing out on that light with eyes open. Shut your eyes, seek that light, and you'll be happy.
Can I give you another answer? I'm not Mickey Mehta, but it's my answer. It's very simple. You shift your consciousness. You shift your focus. If you focus on the sadness will grow. It happens to me. Sometimes I get stuck with a colleague. I'm not happy with the output, and I'm like killing the person, literally. But then I have started to learn slowly shift the focus. And you know, suddenly I become okay. So you have to shift the focus. Whatever you focus on. ये तो googly हो जाएगा, आप question पूछेंगे आचार्य जी.
नहीं पूछ ले, एक पूछ ले दो. एक तो बनता है.
Last question before we get Sister Shivani.
Sir, आपसे एक बनता है.
This is not between me and you. This is about the people listening here. Maybe they get cleared about something.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah. It's not about proving me or you.
मैं तो पूरा ही
Yes.
clear हूँ यार.
So it's like, what if a person is going through too much level of cortisols inside the body and they have a very messed up kyphotic back? And it's very obvious that they're going to be very stressed throughout their life. Either a psychiatrist is going to put them on some steroids to, you know, release the compressed nerves very fastly, means, you know, the vagus nerve.
Yep.
So if it is under the compression and a person is regularly visualizing nature, why not to give them a solution which would really, really work?
Obviously, sir.
Not just like avoiding it or narrating it with the nature. Why I'm not listening this answer from the morning itself, that People are not talking about real science things.
Yeah, you talk about first time I met you, आपने बोला रीढ़ की हड्डी से ही सब कुछ
Yes, so
होता है.
it's like
How
more
your-
practices of yoga are about to elongate and extend the spine.
Journalist की रीढ़
So
की
that
हड्डी
compression-
आजकल
Sir, that would have been my second response. Certainly, yoga is indispensable, period. Hands down. Yoga is the answer for all revolution, evolution, transcendence, period. I do agree with Sir that yes, yoga ought to be done. But the first thing what I thought was letting go, letting the elements within you connect with the elements outside and get stimulated to become one. Once you have the feeling of oneness, that could be a small warm-up. And then you would do yoga. Why I said within? For a simple reason. Jalauddin Rumi said, I've been living on the lips of insanity, knocking at the door. The door opens. I've been knocking from inside. So looking within was my first answer, sir.
Thank you so much. Give Dr. Mickey Rehta a big round of applause. You know, I love many things about him, but two are his content and his humor.
Sir,
so
since
please
you
give
two-
Dr. Mickey Mehta a very big round of applause.
Sir, sir, sir.
And Sister Shivani will not come on stage till you give Dr. Mickey Mehta a big round of applause.
Thank you, thank
Bigger.
you. Okay, so my parting lines, my 10 commandments of wellness. Let wellness be the religion number one, because religions divide, wellness unites.
Beautiful.
Join wellness revolution for human evolution, not for weight loss, inner thigh, outer thigh. Please.
And here?
Let's all pledge today at Dr. Batra's conference for a disease-free world. For strong biceps, uplift the poor. For strong shoulders, take the responsibility of the underprivileged. For strong legs, be rooted in humility to be better fruited in humanity. Sleep every night with a wish to heal yourself. Wake up every morning with a promise to heal your world. And then you can get energized, maximize, naturalize, optimize, internalize, eternalize, revolutionize. With Batra, get mesmerized and get Mickey-mized.
Yes. Next time I should be able to do this. Almost there. Right. Yeah.
I would like-
Give him a big round of applause.
Thank
And now Sister Shivani is coming. Give her even a bigger round of applause.
Sister
But before
Shivani,
Sister Shivani
I would
comes
love
in,
to receive this from you.
Okay. Anyway. Yes, we'll get it from her. But I planned Dr. S. Ravi to give it, but
We
it's
planned
okay.
something, but nature
Yes, but
has-
now mine.
It's okay.
See, man proposes and Sister Shivani disposes. Come.
Please give them a big round
Big
of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, moving towards our next address, it's on rebuilding trust on corporate culture, gradually overcoming distrust developed due to the pandemic. We already have Sister B.K. Shivani, who's a Raj Yoga meditation teacher, a spiritual guide, and mentor. Welcome, Sister. And in conversation is Dr. Batra, who's already here, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and a founder, Exchange for Media. And joining them is Mr. Sudhir Mishra, legal advisor, Trust Legal.
Well, he is the founder of Trust Legal. We made a mistake in the creative. He'll join us virtually. He's in Banaras speaking at a sustainability conference. So he'll join us. And I am the sideshow here. Please give Sister B.K. Shivani a big round of applause. She's a big draw. A lot of my friends, Bhuna ji, Dr. S. Ravi, have come primarily for you, ma'am, and other people. So I'll leave the stage to you and speak less. All yours. Please give a big round of applause to her. Bigger. It should feel.
Om Shanti. I was just trying to visualize how the day must have been. An entire day thinking only about yourself. But before we end the day, let's take a minute with your own self and decide what you are going to implement from this evening itself. कई बार हम बहुत कुछ सुनते हैं, बहुत कुछ पढ़ते हैं, and most of it जो हम सुनते हैं, पढ़ते हैं, we know about it. Most of it we know about it, but when we come together, it's about revising it. It's about coming in this collective vibration where everyone is thinking of the same energy. But then am I going to go back today the same person that I came this morning? So take a minute. And out of everything that you've heard today, choose what is going to get implemented in your life today itself. अच्छे से चेक करके, पक्का करके, ट्राई करेंगे, कोशिश करेंगे, वो वर्ड्स नहीं. This is what's going to become a part of my life from today itself. Would anyone like to share in 10 seconds anything you're going to implement from today? Anybody? Hanji. I will try to.
I will try to learn, let go.
Very good. So we'll just remove the word try.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We'll just remove the word try. And I will say, I let go from today, whatever you want to let go. Because if I tell my mind, I'll try, so my mind will say, I tried, but it's very difficult. So don't tell your mind to try. Tell your mind, we were holding on to it for very long. Today, we've chosen to delete and release and let go. At what time? कितने बजे let go करें उसको?
Now.
Now, that's all. That's how simple it is. It's now. Hanji, anybody else? What am I going to implement from today? Hanji. Very good.
That's it.
That's it. Simple.
Immediately.
Absolutely. That's beautiful. Anyone else? What am I implementing? Hanji. You might not even need a mic, actually.
Yeah. Hi. So I am planning to do yoga. So I am doing, but we'll make it a business now after hearing Advait. So this
I'm
is what
planning
I'm
to do yoga and make it a work.
Yeah.
Make it my profession.
Yeah, commercial.
Congratulations. Anything else? Hanji. Focus on my. Okay, focus on my breathing. Beautiful. One more. Hanji.
ध्यान लगाना नहीं है, हटाना है.
ध्यान लगाना नहीं है, ध्यान हटाना है. सबने ताली बजाई, लेकिन ये डिसाइड किया किस चीज से ध्यान हटाना है? हाँ, किस चीज से?
Of the worldly desires, maybe the negative emotions, the emotional baggage that we are carrying for so long, and things that we are carrying for so long on our shoulders. Just take all the weight away off our chest. Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
फिर उनसे फिर से पूछेंगे सेशन के बाद किससे ध्यान हटाना था?
यही सारी चीजें जो बताई, and just focus on within and on the breath and to live in the moment.
Yes. And then tomorrow morning when you go to work,
Yeah.
or you're on the road and there is a situation which is not your way,
Yeah.
and the traffic is not your way,
Yeah.
and then you reach work and there is again someone else who's not your way,
Uh-huh.
and then someone's not behaving your way,
Uh-huh.
and that project that you were working on, it's not going your way. आप क्या करेंगे? किधर से ध्यान हटाएंगे?
I will accept things.
उस टाइम तो ध्यान लगाना है वहां. ध्यान हटाएंगे कैसे? तो इसलिए सोचना है. सोचना है. ध्यान हटाना means किन चीजों से ध्यान हटाना है? Whenever there is a situation, Sister very beautifully asked, what to do when I'm feeling sad? My sadness, my stress, my anxiety, my irritation, my anger, my happiness, my acceptance, my love, these are my feelings, these are my emotions created in response to a situation or a person's behavior. Simple, simple question. Who is the creator of my thoughts and feelings? Who is the creator of my thoughts and feelings? Who is the creator? बहुत difficult answers नहीं है यहाँ, सब कुछ बहुत simple है. Who is the creator of my thoughts and feelings? I myself. Pakka? How many of you feel I create my thoughts and feelings? Very good. Last time that you created anger, it could be this morning, it could be yesterday. Bring the scene on the screen of your mind. Gussa kiya. Something happened and you reacted and you created anger. And फिर आपका चेहरा बदल गया. तो someone came and asked you, क्या बात है? Mood खराब है? And where did the finger immediately go? Who is the cause of my mood not being the way it wanted it to be? Who's the cause of my anger? उंगली कहाँ गई? कहाँ गई? तो उनकी वजह से। मैं तो बिल्कुल ठीक था सुबह सुबह, उन्होंने काम ही ऐसा किया, गुस्सा तो आना ही था. So I know, I understand that I'm the creator of my every thought and feeling, and yet I'm actually living my entire life blaming people and situations for my thoughts and feelings. And my vocabulary goes, I'm happy because of, I'm sad because of, they hurt me, they are very irritating, she upset me, he let me down. इसमें I तो आया ही नहीं था. इसमें तो who was the cause of my thoughts and feelings? Everybody except for me. I was only creating that in response to that is what I felt. And then when I felt that, I thought, who is it that who needs to change so that I can always be happy? Who needs to change? सारा दिन में थोड़ी कहते हो I need to change. सारा दिन में तो एक लंबी list है of who all need to change. Why we believe they need to change? Only because we believe they are causing our emotion there. So if someone's behavior and I create hurt, then jab tak I am hurt, who is the cause of my hurt is that person. And so that I can overcome this and be happy, who has to change? That person. So we look at them like this. Change ho jao thode se. Thoda प्यार से बात कर लो, थोड़ा रिस्पेक्ट कर लो, दिन में 2 बार ऑफिस से मुझे फोन कर लिया कर लो, आई एम नॉट आस्किंग फॉर टू मच. एंड जब आप ऐसा कर लोगे, आई विल बी हैप्पी. So who is controlling my happiness? Why is it that I'm saying stress is normal? Because situations and people are not my way. And because they are not my way, my mind is not my way. And because my mind is not my way, my body is not my way. My body is not my way because everything that I'm creating here, the hurt, the anger, the stress, the anxiety, it's going to radiate from here and go to my body. Right, Luke? Every video he shares, he says every person who comes to me with cancer, and when I just talk to them about their life, then mostly in 1 or 2 years before that, something has happened in their life. Not something has happened in their mind, something has happened in their life. And when something happens in our life, because we don't believe that my mind can create something different from my life, we just react to what has happened to our life. So now what's happened in my life also starts happening in my mind. And when something starts happening in my mind for a long period of time, then something starts happening in my body. And then my best exercise regime, my best diet, my best everything is not getting me the desired result because I'm not changing what is happening in my mind. But I believe I can't change what is happening in my mind because what needs to change is what is happening in my life. So either my business has to change, my spouse has to change, my child has to change, the government has to change, the road, किसी ना किसी चीज को बदलना है, except for me. तो अगर ये well-being implement करनी है कल सुबह से, just take back this one equation. I am the creator of my every thought and feeling. Not the situation, not the person. Is it possible that someone is wrong to me, not behaving right, and I can be thinking right, feeling right? Is it possible? इतना serious नहीं होना, इतना difficult कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा यहाँ पे. Here is this person not behaving right, not working right. Can I create the right thoughts while I'm living or working with this person? Simple, yes or no? Yes, we can.
और एक बारी जब वो कर चुके होते हैं, then
2 बारी याद रह गया तो भी बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है. Because at least 2 बार मैंने वो hurt नहीं create की, मैंने ठीक से response किया. What a big achievement. And anything I do once and twice and 3 times, and then the 4th time I again take care. And by the time I do it 10 to 15 times, I see the power. I see my own power. कि ये चिल्ला रहे थे और मैंने इनकी तरफ आराम से देखा. I was doing a program with nurses, and I just asked them, what's the cause of your stress? And normally you would think nurses would say, you know, night schedule, erratic patients. And they just looked like that and said, jab doctor gussa karte hain. I said, doctor gussa karte hain? How can that be the cause of your stress? You are dealing with Such difficult patients sometimes, behaving unreasonably. So they said a very beautiful thing. नहीं sister, उनको देखकर कुछ बुरा नहीं लगता क्योंकि वो बीमार है. I said, हाँ. So compassion is ingrained. If someone is unwell, they can behave unreasonably. मुझे बुरा नहीं लगेगा because I understand they are unwell. So I said, जब doctors गुस्सा करते हैं, वो भी बीमार है. And she said, वो कैसे बीमार है? I said, because healthy mind तो गुस्सा नहीं करता, तो वो बीमार है. She said, अच्छा. And next day, one sister called up and she said, ये तो बहुत easy है. I said, क्या हुआ? She said, today in the OT again he reacted. I said, ठीक है, फिर? She said, मैंने मन में कहा, बेचारे आज बीमार हैं. And उससे क्या हुआ? This is compassion. We have compassion when someone's physically unwell. We need to have the same compassion when someone is emotionally not in their right. And she said, जब मुझे लगा कि ओ आज भी वो बीमार है, I actually created blessings for him. One day पहले तक I was getting hurt कि सबके सामने फिर मुझे गुस्सा कर दिया just surgery के पहले. Just one thought. It's only one thought. When I understand that I am creating my feelings, when I understand that the other person, what they are behaving is out of their state of mind at that moment, or it is out of their sanskars. They can do whatever. They can cheat me, betray me, exploit me, stand there and abuse me. Over there, they can do everything. They can even physically hit me, but no one can get into my mind and hurt me. यहाँ कोई नहीं घुस सकता, यहाँ तक वो सब कुछ कर सकते हैं. But no one can enter here. And if this is fine, then well-being is a part of my life. But if you're going to expect that people and situations will be perfect and perfect my way, then probably well-being. फिर हम कॉन्फ्रेंस पे मिलते रहेंगे, हम कहेंगे अच्छा था सब कुछ. फिर कल वापस जाएंगे and कहेंगे लेकिन today what they did was just not acceptable. And we again get angry, again get hurt. So only one equation today. I am the creator of my every thought and feeling, and I'm going to shift from blaming the world for how I'm feeling and taking personal responsibility, which does not mean I will not get angry tomorrow. I might, but I will say, I created this anger. I created this hurt. What they did was not right, but the hurt was created by me. And when I know I created the hurt, then who is going to heal me? Who's going to heal me? Me. How? Who created the hurt? One thought. What's going to be the healing? Another thought. And all I have to do is change my thoughts. But how do I change my thought? वही तो सबसे मुश्किल लगता है. How do I change my thought? For that, we need to start prioritizing taking care of our mind. We all take care of our body, but we also need to start taking care of our mind. I'm sure you've talked about nutrition today. Luke is here, so it has to be on the agenda. What about nutrition for the mind? What is the nutrition for the mind? What we watch, read, listen is our emotional diet. लिख लेना अच्छे से और अपने घर में एक पोस्टर बना के उसको चिपका देना, ताकि हर बार जब फोन की तरफ देखेंगे ऊपर पोस्टर देखना, what I watch, read, listen is my emotional diet. So if I'm going to watch, read, listen content, which has lust, ego, greed, jealousy, anxiety, corruption, violence, and the long list, then nothing and no method can stop lust, greed, jealousy, comparison, competition, ego from being my emotion. Because it is my nutrition. And what I watch, read, listen is who I become. So can we start a simple practice of content restriction? कर सकते हैं? कर सकते हैं? ये तो बहुत इजी वाली बात है. कर सकते हैं? नहीं कर सकते हैं? कर सकते हैं. बहुत इजी है. बहुत easy है. Like we take care of what to eat and we say, no, I don't eat this. It's not healthy for me. Say, I don't watch this. It's not healthy for me. Don't say this Sunday, I already have on my list which series I have to complete. It is somebody's business. And they've designed it very well. We think it's entertainment. Many people say, I come back late by 9, 10, then after that, a couple of hours is my time. Hanji, my time. तो उस my time में क्या करेंगे? TV. And we thought it was a de-stressor. It's actually the creator of our stress. It's actually the creator of our stress because of the quality of the emotional nutrition. So the next time you're going to watch a movie, a series, listen to a song, watch a video, even watch a small forwarded message on your phone, please remember, I am becoming this. And then watch. Take responsibility. कि मैंने ये देखा है, अब ये मैंने बनना है. जैसे ये मैंने खाया, अब ये मेरी बॉडी ये बनेगी. Personal responsibility. मैंने ये देखा है, ये मैंने बनना है. Let's start doing it. Because if we start taking care of our content consumption, only then will you have the power to influence your children to take care of their content consumption. बोलने से तो ये होने वाला नहीं है. We are a generation who grew up without it. And yet we are talking about stress and depression. Can you visualize a world 10 years from today with a generation who is growing up with that content? They're going to walk around saying depression is normal. You're depressed, अच्छा कोई बात नहीं, ये तो normal है. वैसे आजकल भी काफी normal हो गया, लेकिन और 10 years में तो बहुत normal हो जाएगा. For you to be able to influence your children to protect themselves from the content they consume, there's only one way. First, do it yourself. Not only when you're in front of them. This method doesn't work. जी हम उनके सामने नहीं करते. जरूरत नहीं है. It's in your aura. It's in your energy field. It's in your energy field. And that vibration radiates to them. And what radiates to them is what they absorb. And what they absorb is what they start becoming. So in order to protect the mental health of your children, start taking care of your own emotional health. This is not success when a generation in 10 standard, 12 standard says, I'm taking anti-anxiety medicine before an exam. ये कौन सा success है? ये success नहीं है. And then we say, oh, because उनकी life में बहुत competition है. उनकी life में कोई competition नहीं है compared to what it used to be 20 years back. आप सबने जब 10th, 12th exams दिए, were you giving exams like this? One exam, 10 days छुट्टी, one exam, 10 days छुट्टी, ऐसे exam दिए थे? नहीं. I remember 30 years back, Monday to Friday, 10 exams, 2 papers, every day, 3-year syllabus, ICSE board, 5 days finished, 3-year syllabus, 2 exams every day between 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's called pressure. What pressure is this? Giving 1 year syllabus, 1 exam, 10 days chutti, next exam. Ye kaun sa pressure hai? So what the world is trying to do is reduce the pressure. Stress is equal to pressure divided by resilience. Don't try and reduce the pressure of the child. Because today as a parent, you can reduce the pressure of your child. Tomorrow their work, their business and their spouse is not going to reduce their pressure. So don't try and reduce their pressure, try and build up their resilience, the denominator. And for that, we have to build up our resilience, our denominator. Stress is not equal to pressure. COVID is not the cause of fear and anxiety. COVID is just a pressure, but it is divided by resilience. So how to build up our resilience? Simple lifestyle habits. You've heard a lot about sleep. So have you taken your decision of what you're going to do about your sleep cycle? I didn't hear the session on sleep, but a very simple habit, which I'm sure must have been shared. Early to bed, early to rise. Go and ask a school ka bacha today, early to bed, early to rise. And they look at you like this. They don't know the rest of the line. They don't know it.
It makes a man or a woman healthy, wealthy and wise.
But बच्चों को नहीं पता आज के ये line.
आप कह रही हैं मैं बच्चा नहीं हूँ.
आज के बच्चों को नहीं पता. You know, all of us work very hard and we have a very pure intention. आप सबके पास एक बहुत pure intention है. We want to give our children what we did not get. मुझे अपने बच्चे को वो सब कुछ देना है जो मुझे नहीं मिला. साथ साथ वो देना जो मिला था. That is important. जो मिला था वो देना, because we are the last generation who will be able to give that. After that, they will not know all these things. They will not know early to bed, early to rise. They will not know jaisa an, vaisa man. They will not know. We are the last people who will be able to share it with them. ये वर्षा है जो देना होता है next generation के लिए. So to wake up at between 4 and 5 a.m., the successful leadership time, we need to go to sleep before 10. 10 o'clock, deep sleep. And for 10 o'clock deep sleep, by 8 o'clock, we should cut off from work communication. अब सुनते हुए ये नहीं सोचना, ओ ये सब तो नहीं हो सकता, ये कहना ये तो करना ही है, करना ही है. If you want a healthy mind and a healthy body, तो ये करना ही है. 8 o'clock, disconnect from work communication and gift your organization that no one will communicate with each other after 8 o'clock unless it's a crisis, and crisis is rare. Apart from that, no emails, no messages, no phone calls for work to each other. You will have happier, healthier people coming to work the next morning. We'll have happier, healthier people coming to work next morning. People who are more intuitive, more creative, not driving early in the morning, जैसे थके हुए लगते हैं चेहरे सुबह सुबह. Early morning on Delhi Gurgaon Expressway, you cannot make out whether it's 8 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the evening. चेहरा same दिखाई देता है. क्यों? क्योंकि रात के 10-11 बजे तक वो emails कर रहे हैं, messages कर रहे हैं. Now what happens if I keep working till I go to sleep? Then when I go to sleep, only my body goes to sleep. My mind is at work. So as a generation, we are a sleep deprived generation, even though we are sleeping enough. See on the flight next time, people can doze off to sleep at any time of the day if they don't engage themselves with a gadget. Subah ke 9-10 baje people are going off to sleep on a flight. How can you sleep at 9 o'clock in the morning? How can anybody sleep at 9 o'clock in the morning? Because they're sleep deprived. But why are they sleep deprived? Because they were with their phones and laptops till the minute they go to sleep every day. And by chance, आधी रात को नींद खुल गई तो फिर phone देख लेते हैं. So the mind is never going to sleep. It's always at work. So go back to the era where our parents were coming home without phones and laptops. So from 8 o'clock in the evening to next 8 o'clock morning, they were not at work. 12 hours every day, they were not at work. Every Sunday, they were not at work. Every festival, they were not at work. So actually, they were working less than 6 months a year. But then we did not have depression. We did not have so much diabetes. Cancer was one of those rare things. And we were not talking stress. So it doesn't mean we're giving up technology. It just means we're using it the right way. So 8 o'clock, we disconnect from work communication. 9 o'clock, we disconnect from all other media. 1 hour to take the
9
mind.
o'clock bulletins जो है news उनकी तो rating कम हो जाएगी.
अब वो न्यूज चैनल वाले यहाँ हैं तो मैं कुछ नहीं बोल सकती उनके सामने, but that is the
मेरे सारे दोस्त हैं, उनका कैसे चलेगा? Yeah, and this is not a serious comment.
The first hour of the morning and the last hour before you go to sleep, if you are going to watch the world news, then the world is only going to become more of what that world is today. You cannot change the world. Because you are absorbing the world, you are becoming the world, and then you are creating the same world next morning. You cannot change the world by consuming the world. You have to consume something different to be able to change the world. And so simple for that, simple practice. Last 1 hour, we are taking the mind from that beta stage gradually, gently to the alpha stage, so that when we go to sleep, we're going into the delta stage. Uske liye simple practice hai. Last half an hour is our own time. अब अगर हॉल में कोई आता है जाता है, our mind doesn't need to go towards it. We are a very powerful mind. हमारा कोई रोल नहीं है वहां पे, है ना? So last half an hour is my time. 20 minutes before going to sleep. 20 minutes before going to sleep, please consume a healthy emotional diet, which means watch, read, listen that what you want to become. Which means watch, read, listen content which has happiness, acceptance, compassion, loyalty, trust. That's spiritual content. Whether it's a book, video, audio, at least 20 minutes. Now imagine the difference that will happen in the mind and the body the next 6 hours. If you consume the world news, then that's what's going to play on the subconscious and radiate to your body in your next 6 hours of sleep. And if you consume some divine content, then that's what's going to play on your subconscious and on your body in the next 6 hours. So the last layer of information is critical. And then the last thoughts. Let's end the day with very, very selected affirmations. Thoughts manifest. They become our destiny. I'm sure it was taken up today. Let's quickly write a few affirmations for ourselves, what we want to become. 1, I am a powerful being. I am a powerful being, which means I don't react to situations. I respond out of my own choice. I am a powerful being. Second, I am calm and stable always. Third, I am a giver. I am a giver. ऐसे वाले नहीं हम चाहिए 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 देने वाले हैं. I give love, I give respect, I give acceptance, I give understanding, I give compassion. I don't want name, fame. It will automatically come, but I don't want. चाहिए वाली साइड पे नहीं खड़े होना, देने वाली साइड पे खड़े होना है. I am a giver. I am easy, which means I'm replacing the mind. I'm replacing the line I am busy. I am busy is not a healthy line. Not healthy for the mind, not healthy for the body. और सारा दिन में कितनी बार बोल देते हैं, आई एम वेरी बिजी, आई डोंट हैव टाइम, आई एम वेरी बिजी, आई डोंट हैव टाइम. छोटा छोटा बच्चा बोलता है, आई एम वेरी बिजी, आई एम वेरी बिजी. ये छोटे छोटे बच्चे बोलेंगे अगर आई एम वेरी बिजी, सो व्हाट्स द एनर्जी दैट विल गो टू देयर बॉडी, टू एवरी सेल ऑफ देयर बॉडी. So we put an affirmation, I am easy, I have more time than I need. I have more time than I need. I accept everyone as they are, and everyone accepts me. Not expectation is normal, acceptance is normal. So I put it in my affirmation. I accept everyone as they are, everyone accepts me. My body is perfect and healthy and will always be. And in case you're going through any, then you put a specific affirmation for that. My blood pressure is normal. And put a figure. Put a figure. क्या figure चाहिए उसके लिए? Because the next 6 hours, your mind is going to radiate this vibration to your body. My body is perfect and healthy. My blood pressure is normal. और गलती से अगर सोने से पहले ये thought create कर दी, my back is hurting, my knee is paining, then that is the thought that will radiate to your body for the next 6 hours. So the last thought before you go to sleep is nothing less than magic. It can create magic in your life. I have abundance. Then put an affirmation for your work. Whatever is your target, whatever is your goal, right there, I have already achieved it. And then create a divine circle of protection around you. That God's love and blessings is a divine circle of protection around me, which means I'm enveloped with the highest vibration. Lower energy doesn't enter into my circle during the day. 7-8 affirmation कर लिया, रात को सोने से पहले ये बोलने हैं. Which means it's an instruction that I'm giving to my mind. And next 6 hours, my subconscious is going to absorb these instructions. And these vibrations are going to radiate to my body. So I'm giving my mind and body the right information and the right message of what I want to manifest in my life. And then when I wake up at the Brahma Muhurat, 5 AM leadership club, तो ये अभी के words हैं. वो भी बाहर से कोई आकर हमको सिखाएगा कि 5 AM leadership club में उठना है. Our culture has it for thousands of years. Brahma Muhurat, Amrit Vela. It is the highest vibrational time of the 24-hour cycle, the Brahma Muhurat. Am I awake at that Muhurat time of the 24-hour cycle? Which I will automatically wake up if I've slept right. And subah uthte, repeat those affirmations before you create any other thought. Before you create any other thought, 2-3 बार आप अच्छे से वो thoughts को फिर से बोल लीजिए जो आप affirm, जो आप manifest करना चाहते हैं. Then we meditate, and then at least 15-20 minutes, again, a very healthy diet for the day, which means spiritual content consumption for at least 15-20 minutes in the morning. 15 minutes in the night, 15 minutes in the morning. Right nutrition. 2 minutes in the night, 2 minutes in the morning. Right thoughts. 22 minutes, नहीं 17 minutes in the morning, 17 minutes in the night. ज़्यादा तो नहीं है टाइम? ज़्यादा टाइम है? नहीं कर सकते? कर सकते? किस किस को लगता है कर सकते? Very good. This is going to make you emotionally fit. This is going to take your EQ here. During the day, restrict the other quality of content consumption. Please remember, it's someone's business. It is becoming my destiny. Content will create thoughts. Thoughts will create destiny. So content is equal to destiny. Content is equal to destiny. So be careful. Somebody's business should not change my destiny, should not change my children's destiny. And then during the day, Respond to every situation. As a master, मन के मालिक हैं, choose how you are going to respond. Make your organization a no anger zone. अच्छे अच्छे पोस्टर लगा दो. Our office is a no anger zone. आपके ऑफिस से स्टार्ट करेंगे.
मैं कई बार गुस्सा होता हूँ.
तो लगा देंगे ना अच्छे से वहां पे. हाँ. हमने नो स्मोकिंग कर लिया, हमने नो प्लास्टिक कर लिया. लेट्स मेक आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अ नो एंगर जोन. पूरी एनर्जी चेंज हो जाएगी, वाइब्रेशंस चेंज हो जाएंगी ऑफिस की सारी. People will start being happy and healthy. So we respond right. And last thing, सिर्फ 1 minute more. Eating right. क्योंकि जैसा अन्न वैसा मन है. The man cannot be right if the un is not right, which means if the diet is not right. Please experiment with a plant-based diet. Plant-based diet is not only for 9 days of Navaratri. Why 9 days of Navaratri do we have a plant-based diet? Because it's a days of divinity. But why only 9 days of divinity? Why only 9 days of Shakti? Shakti means power. Only 9 days, and the rest of the days I'm going to consume a diet which has someone's pain. It has death. What is the emotion? Fear, helplessness, anger, hatred, violence, death, and we are calling it health. Someone's death cannot be an energy of health. It can be proteins, it can be B12, it can be D3, but it cannot be health because it is a vibration of death. वो हो ही नहीं सकता.
So how many of you today decide to be vegetarian if you're non-vegetarian? I decide to be a vegetarian. How many of you, Siddharth, you?
अनुराग जी ऐसा करते हैं, डिसाइड नहीं करते. अभी डिसाइड करने की जरूरत नहीं है. एक्सपेरिमेंट करते हैं for 3 months. Only for 3 months. नहीं, अच्छा 1 month. है ना? It's so simple. After doing it for 1 week also we can just have to experiment. Don't take a decision. Just experiment and see how you feel in the mind and also how you feel in the body. If I consume lower vibration food, I will creating that same energy. तो किसी की नहीं माने. We don't need to listen to what everybody is saying. We need to only experiment. हो सकता है हमें कोई फर्क ना पड़े, छोड़ देना. And हो सकता है फर्क पड़े, कर लेना. It's just a choice. हाँ जी.
Ma'am, if I make an honest effort to leave non-vegetarian food, but still, like I'm a Bengali, I have been eating non-vegetarian food all my life. So अगर फिर से अगर बीच में वीक पड़ जाऊं, अगर मन करे, then अगर मैं उसको फिर से ले लेता हूं, फिर
कुछ नहीं होता. लेकिन मन कमजोर पड़ेगा ही नहीं क्योंकि मन को समझा के कर रहे हैं. And we'll put our affirmation. I eat only sattvic food. तो मन फिर इंस्ट्रक्शन देगा ही नहीं वो खाने के लिए because I've put an instruction into my affirmation. And I'm doing it with an intention, which is doing it with an intention of well-being. I cannot put the energy of death inside when I'm wanting to create well-being. Nahi hoga. So one, simple, only 1 minute more. Plant-based diet, no phone, no TV while eating. I'm sure that would have been covered today, which means no distracted eating. If you do it, only then your children will do it. And third, just before you start eating, take a 10-second pause and say your affirmation into your food. आपको याद है बचपन में सिखाया था कि जब खाना सामने आए भगवान को याद करो, शुक्रिया करो और फिर खाना खाओ. The whole idea is radiate pure energy and change the vibration of your food before you eat it, because the food and the water is carrying the emotions of the city. The food and the water is carrying the emotions of who cooked that food. अब आज रात को आप डिनर यहाँ खाएंगे, आपको तो पता नहीं है किसने बनाया. Suppose sister, जिसने बनाया आज ना खाना, अगर वो उदास है, वो खाने के बाद आप उदास हो जाएंगे. लेकिन आप अपने जीवन में रीजन ढूंढते जाएंगे. Why am I उदास? Why am I उदास? It was emotional infection which comes through the food and the water. ये हमारे ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स को पता था. आपको पता है वो हर जगह अपना खाना और पानी साथ में लेके जाते थे एंड हमने उनको कहना था हाउ ओल्ड फैशन, बोरिंग, कौन ऐसा काम करता है. They were protecting their mind from the vibrations of everyone around them. अब हम खाएं अगर खाना है, लेकिन 10 seconds pause करके put your right energy vibration into that food and that water, change the vibration of that food and water and then consume. क्योंकि जैसा अन्न वैसा मन, जैसा पानी वैसी वाणी. अब ये जो bottles of water हमारी टेबल पे पड़ी हुई हैं, हमें लगता है मिनरल वाटर है तो बिल्कुल क्लीन है. Where is it coming from? Which shop was it in for 1 month? अगर वो शॉप में वो जो दुकानदार है वो गुस्सा करता था, then गुस्सा की एनर्जी इज इन दैट वाटर. और अगर हमने उसको पी लिया without putting into it, I am a powerful being, I am calm and stable, I am happy, उसके बाद हम भी गुस्सा कर सकते हैं. So food and water becomes a source of emotional infection unless I change the vibrations. So eat home cooked food, eat plant-based food, eat mindfully and energize your food. And in the kitchen, have high energy words playing in the kitchen throughout the day, which means make your food like food is cooked in the temple and the Gurdwara. खाना बनाना बंद कर दें, प्रसाद बनाना शुरू कर दें, घर की डेस्टिनी चेंज हो जाएगी. घर की डेस्टिनी चेंज हो जाएगी. You can't have your staff or one of you talking on the phone, talking about somebody and cooking. ऐसा खाना बनाना नहीं और किसी को खाने देना नहीं, किसी को नहीं देना. So छोटी छोटी चीजें आज से करना शुरू कर देते हैं. It's all very simple, and that's why well-being is natural and it's very, very easy. Thank you so much. Om Shanti.
Thank you so much. Please give her a bigger round of applause. You can stand up. They say sitting is the new smoke. Sir, आप आए हुए हैं, आपको आगे आना पड़ेगा. Yes, बुद्धे जी, आपको आगे आना पड़ेगा. Thank you. I'll take 2 questions quickly because समय की गरिमा रखते हुए. So, okay, I'll let you ask. Short question, I'll cut you if it's long.
Thank you so much.
You asked too many questions, too many
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Patra ji. Sister, आपकी बातों से आज ऐसा लगा कि मैं नवरात्रे का अगर पूरे व्रत रखता आया हूं तो मेरे को उसके बाद से सात्विकता का आभास होता है और गुस्सा नहीं आता. और अगर मैं इसको निरंतर अपने ऊपर तो लागू कर सकता हूं, पर अपने बच्चों पे कैसे इसको लागू कराऊं, ये मुश्किल है. मैं 8 बजे फोन छोड़ सकता हूं अपनी दुकानदारी.
मैं बच्चों को वो वैल्यूज कैसे दूं जो मैं खुद फॉलो कर रहा हूं.
It's very simple. Don't just start implementing what you want your children to do. Only start implementing it in your life. Don't implement it with the intention वो करेंगे वो करेंगे. नहीं, I am doing it because it's healthy for me. And whatever you're implementing and who you are here in your mind becomes your aura, your energy field. And your energy field, your vibration is the first level of communication that you're having with your child. So the one thing which the child is absorbing always from you is your vibration. So your vibration has the content you consume, your vibration has the way you think, your vibration has the way you earn. 4 energies हैं, धन, अन्न, मन और तन. It goes only in this order. धन, अन्न, मन और तन. तन को ठीक रखना है, मन को ठीक रखना पड़ेगा, मन को ठीक रखना है, अन्न अच्छा खाना पड़ेगा और अन्न भी अच्छा हो जाए उसके लिए धन ठीक से कमाना पड़ेगा. The ways of earning money.
पर दीदी मैं ज्वेलर हूं, इसकी क्या गारंटी है कि धन मुझे अच्छा ही मिलेगा?
One more question will
आपको अच्छा मिलेगा अर्थात धन आप अच्छे तरीके से कमाएंगे and you know what that means, है ना?
I sure. Thank you so much.
Can you give the mic back to the gentleman on that table? Yes. Sir, give us your name and your Swiss bank account. By the way, Shri Gaur Gopal Das भी हमारे बीच में आ गए हैं and we look forward to his session. Also Shri Anil says Buddhaji, who's the chairman of the AICTE and somebody who's a very prominent educationist and a leader in the Indian society is there. Yes, your question, sir.
Sorry, my name is Sanjeev, sister. So it's a blessing to be here, to listen to you live. So thank you so much, and thank you, Nuragji, for inviting. I don't have much of a question actually, but I wanted to answer before. But I have generally put up as myself as top of my to-do list, right? So I think, and then it's been a stressful one to do that as well. It's not easy, right? But giving this what I heard today of the whole process that you put through before going to sleep or before getting up in the morning is really helpful. So any one area where again I know we spoke about consistency before. Any area where you can, really guide us in terms of how we can be consistent in, putting yourself as part of your to-do list?
Put that also in your affirmation. See, what is an affirmation? An affirmation is a coding of my mind, which I'm creating on a daily basis. So somewhere, because of past experiences, our mind says, I do it for a couple of days, I do it for a couple of months, but then I tend to go back to my old habit. Now, this also becomes an affirmation. This also becomes an affirmation because it's there in my subconscious, because I've done it a couple of times. So I have to change that subconscious programming. So I say, whatever I'm choosing to do today, it's healthy and it's going to be a part of my routine always. Put that in your affirmation. So you are deleting that old coding which says, I tried, but I always tend to go back. So whatever we are doing here, we first have to create the right thought about it in our subconscious. Only then we will be able to manifest the effort that we are putting in what we're doing. So the programming of the being is very important. So just never ever say that we are not consistent. Put it in your affirmation. I'm consistent and I choose what I do, and then I do it always the right way. Thank you.
Thank
आपका
you.
mind स्वीकार कर लेगा उस बात को, and then it will become a reality.
Thank you so much. My last question to you before Sister Shivani, I've watched your videos. I post your thoughts. I shared some with Dr. Ravi and Bhuvna ji are here. And, I just want to ask you, आप इतने लोगों से वार्तालाप करते हैं, audiences से engage करते हैं, social media पे लोग, पिछले 18-20 महीने में आपने क्या change देखा है which is positive after pandemic? Have people changed or are they stuck to their old habits of fighting with each other, anger, jealousy, frustration? Has something changed? Has the needle moved, or we're still the same old habit that we have?
It's not going to be generic. It's each one is different.
Sure.
So everyone's been different in these last 18 months. For some people, that has actually increased in this last 18 months. So wo gussa, wo chirchirapan, because of being locked up, because of having anxiety of work. So for some, it increased. Some even touched an anxiety disorder or a depression. So for some, but I think for most, we used that time to create a discipline in our lifestyle. We were able to sleep at the right time, wake up at the right time, do our yoga, do our meditation, something that we were not being able to do sometimes because we said, travel karna hota hai. But now is the crucial point that once the lockdown is over and we're all back to our normal life, that routine that we had set at that time, that needs to continue, even though the life outside will change. But the benefit that we have seen with what we did, let's make that a part of our life. You know what we do? We say, time मिलेगा तो yoga करेंगे. आप कब सोते हैं? जब काम खत्म हो जाता है, तब हम सोते हैं. आप खाना कब खाते हैं? जब काम खत्म हो जाता है, तब हम खाना खाते हैं. So the vocabulary is not right. The vocabulary is saying work, 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 work. फिर कुछ time मिलेगा तो खाना खाएंगे, फिर time मिलेगा तो सोने जाएंगे. So it's only this priority which has to change. It is self, family, work. Doesn't mean 14 hours for the self. It just means take care of the self, prioritize your eating, sleeping, family time, everything. We are in no race. हम रेस में नहीं हैं कि हमें बस और काम और अचीव करना है और अचीव करके फिर भी हम स्ट्रेस और डिप्रेशन की बात करें, then what is the point? What was the result of that achievement? So let's take care of the mind, the body, the family, and then go to work.
Thank you so much. Please give her a big round of applause. She's really, we started with Luke, and Luke talked about nutrition, and he brought in all the element and the nutrition for the mind. I'd request Dr. S. Ravi and Dr. Mrs. Bhuvna Ravi to come up on stage and give a token of our appreciation to Sister B.K. Shivani. Dr. S. Ravi is the former chairman of the Bombay Stock Exchange, chairman of the Tourism Finance Corporation of India, is an advisor to very large businesses and entrepreneur. Dr. Bhuvna Ravi is a social impact entrepreneur. So I'd request both of them to go on stage. Please give them a big round of applause. I would like to express my gratitude to Savita ji for getting Shivani ji here. I knew that she knows Shivani ji well, so I called Savita and I requested her. Savita is a filmmaker. She made Khosla Ka Ghosla, and she's promised to give me a role in her next movie. And that's not a joke. And that's not a joke. Thank you, Savita ji, wherever you are.
Thank you. Please give Sister B.K. Shivani a bigger round of applause. Sister Shivani, we need you on stage. As I said, we have a books division. We've published the book of a author. The author is also here. So I will request my friend, मेरी बड़ी बहन इनको राखी बांधती हैं, और he started a happiness company, Mr. Yogesh Kochar, but he likes to call himself Yogi. It's more tweetable, and it's short, it takes less time, and it makes him the Yogi. So I'll like to call Mr. Yogesh Kochar, affectionately known as Yogi, to come on stage. There's a book that he's written. I'd request Sister Shivani to unveil. I'd also like to request Dr. Shri Anil Sahasbuddhe, who's the chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education and who's enabled many initiatives in his tenure, 2 tenures at the AICTE. He's in some ways my boss. I'm an AICTE nominee on the board of my alma mater, MDI. So I interact with him. ये Sunday को भी काम करते हैं, 8-10 बजे बस काम ही करते हैं, को लगता है इतना काम करते हैं कि AICTE का इन्होंने नक्शा बदल दिया है. So I'd request Professor Sahasbuddhe to come on stage and Mr. Kochar to come on stage. He's enabled the happiness project that Mr. Kochar has, and I don't know the gentleman. So Anup ji, आप भी आइए. ये योगी जी हैं तो ये spontaneous, and I like it. Shri Pramod Dubey, who's a leading lawyer and a senior advocate, is also here. So again, somebody I admire and respect. Anchor, आइए. Come, Yogi ji, we launch the book, and we have Shri Gaur Gopal Das ji and the award. आइए आप, Anil ji आइए.
Ladies and gentlemen, the unveiling of the book, authored by Yogi Kochar and published by BW Books. Come on, a bigger round of applause, everybody. That will do. Yes. Yes.
Magic and logic, and demystify the mystery and chemistry of opinions and desires. There is a mojo of happiness. It asks you 6 questions. What do we need? How much do we need? Why do we need? When do we need? Where do we need? And who do we need it for or from? Yogi presents 12 horses in tandem, pulling your 6-wheel chariot. You are now chariot.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the book launch. A big round of applause for Sister and for the book, for the author, for the publishers. And now it's time to move towards our last special address of the day or of this festival. It's on the 10 commandments that are key for a holistic well-being. And ladies and gentlemen, I think ab jo subah se you've been warming up for tali bajane ke liye and this and that. It's time to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege also, His Grace Gaur Gopal Das Ji, international lifestyle coach, a motivational speaker, and the urban and an online monk. Joining him is again Dr. Anurag Batra, chairman and editor-in-chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media. You're welcome, His Grace.
Thank you.
Mr. Batra, please.
Please give him a big round of applause.